Good morning, everyone. Time for the Stocker Feeder Show. Stocker Feeder Showmanship Senior first, Brennan Barron, James Barron, Mace Barron, Caden Goodman, Caden Miller, and Trip Oxford. All out there right now.
Second call, Stocker Feeder Showmanship Junior. Second call, Stocker Feeder Showmanship Junior.
Juniors will be up next. Just two junior showmen. That would be Hayes Barron and Parker Miller.
First call, Group 1, Stocker Feeder Steers, January 1st through April 30th, 2026.
And then we'll go right into Stocker Feeder Steers after that. So we just have seniors and juniors in showmanship here today. As we get our broadcast started today, we want to thank our Purple Ribbon sponsors, Trotter Service and Trotter Fertilizer, the Custer County Ag Society, Justin Thompson Agency with American Family Insurance, Nebraska State Bank, Healing Hearts and Families, Sargent Irrigation, Central Nebraska Diesel, Custer Public Power District, Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers, Pioneer Seed, Full Circle Irrigation, Lines Appliance, Big Jim's Bar of Oconto, Farm Bureau Financial Services, and Agribest Feeds of Callaway. Thanks to each and every one of them for making all of this broadcasting at the Custer County Fairgrounds possible over the 4 days that we are here. Again, today will be our last quote-unquote full day. We will then broadcast the beginning part of the 4-H and FFA livestock auction, which takes place tomorrow evening. We also broadcast the audio of that on KCNI Pure Country.
Our judge today is Melina Lindstrom of Elm Creek, Nebraska. She grew up on her family's row crop and commercial cow-calf operation and had the chance to travel the country showing heifers on a national level. She obtained her degree in animal science and ag communications at UNL and was a member of the highly competitive 2021 livestock judging team. Now she works at Dar Feedlot by Cozad, where she focuses on fat cattle marketing and commodity procurement.
Again, this is senior Stocker Feeder Showmanship.
As our first group of showmen walk around the Custer County Farm Bureau Federation Arena, we'd like to thank our 2026 sponsors. Thank you, Adams Land and Cattle, Agri Affiliates, Acres Equipment Solutions Incorporated, Ansley Lumber, Aero Aviation, Custer Federal State Bank, Custer Transfer Station, Valporto Livestock, Evans Feed Company, Farm Credit Services of America, Pizza Hut, Power Solutions LLC, Ranchland, Runside, Sargent Irrigation, and Shelter Insurance, Roy Custer Insurance Agency.
It's nice to be back here this morning and get to sort through your stocker feeders and also your breeding heifers a little later this morning. A fun way to get us kicked off with the feeder calf showmanship. And I applaud you guys for coming out and showing feeder calves, because it's probably one of the hardest things to bring out in a showmanship contest that you'll ever do. And I think a couple of these really stand out just from temperament-wise. They're definitely a lot easier to show, and you can get them walked into it and get them set. But I think there's a couple gentlemen that stood out to me right away. I'll go take one more look and select your champion and reserve feeder showman, but let's give all these kids a nice hand.
So I saw that Brennan Barron was your reserve champion. Try to get a glance at the back tag of the young man that was your champion. I think his back's going to be facing away from me the whole time he walks out, though, unfortunately.
We'd like to thank Troy Walls for sponsoring the Champion Senior Stalker Feeder Showmanship banner today.
Champion was James Barron. So James Barron, the champion, and senior Stalker Feeder Showmanship. Brennan Barron, reserve champion, senior Stalker Feeder Showmanship. As in come the juniors, Hayes Barron and Parker Miller.
In Stalker Feeder Showmanship Senior, champion went to Caden Goodman. Reserve went to Brennan Barron. Purple went to James Barron. Mace Barron. Trip Oxford. Caden Miller. Second call, Group 1, Stalker Feeder Steers.
Apologies.
Born January 1st,
I saw the wrong number on back tag. Congratulations to Caden Goodman.
First call, Stalker Group 1, Stalker Feeder Heifers, born January 1st to April 30th. First call, Group 1, Stalker Feeder Heifers, born January 1st to April 30th, 2025. 6.
just one class in our junior stalker feeder showmanship this morning, and I think the two young men that come out here do an excellent job. There's one calf that's maybe just working a little bit better in terms of walking into it. The young man does a great job of showing her off. And then one that's just having to pick a little bit, but I understand feeder calves are still learning, and there's a quick learning curve with these babies when you're out here showing them. With that being said, I'll go select your grand and reserve, but let's give these two young men a nice hand.
Hayes Barron, your champion, and Parker Miller, your reserve champion.
Insurance of the Heartland in Inside Heartland. Champion went to Hayes Barron. Reserve, Parker Miller.
Here comes Group 1 in the only group of stalker feeder steers January 1st through April 30th, 2025. Brennan and Hayes Barron, James Barron, Caden Miller, and Parker Miller all coming in on your screen.
Second call, Group 1, Stalker Feeder Heifers. Second call, Group 1, Stalker Feeder Heifers. First call, Group 2, Stalker Feeder Heifers. First call, Group 2, Stalker Feeder Heifers.
Well, we get out here into the Stalker Feeder Steer Show here this morning, and just a single class of them, but I think a really nice group of 5, top to bottom, that you can say a lot of good things about all of the cattle that are in here. Ultimately, I think it comes down to the 2 young men that are still on the fence for our Grand and Reserve. I think I'll just talk them how they stand and go out and pick them. I think the young man's red steer is one who is really good in terms of just body shape and how he balances from the side. You can appreciate that one about his front 1/3 and having a little bit of extra extension and look from that regard. You get right in behind him, and he's maybe not just the biggest hipped and the biggest down through his stifle in comparison to a couple of these steers, but I think you appreciate how he balances and looks from the side. The young man steer that's in the second spot right now is one who probably is the stoutest of all of them that we see today. I think he's the best in terms of how he carries that power right in behind his shoulder. He's really, really smooth at this stage in the game, and one that gets out and goes tremendously well. If he wants to get his head up, he balances good enough, and I think one you can appreciate there. But ultra stout. The young man's black steer is going to be your champion, and the young man's red will be a reserve. The young man that comes here in third is one who replicates the champion today in terms of just muscle pattern. That one starts to get a little coarser in terms of his shoulder. You'd like to set him down in his tail head, but I think a really stout, really big featured, sound kind of a steer that should do really well for the young man as he comes back again next year. The young man's red steer that comes in fourth is one that you appreciate for being soggy middled. He's really good in terms of his rib at this stage. In comparison to the ones that went ahead of him, he started to get a little plainer in terms of his muscle shape. You'd like to just square him up and stouten him up a little bit more up high. The young man's really fuzzy steer that comes out here in fifth is one I appreciate his presentation today, young man. He has some squared up shape up high. He was just kind of the harshest and tightest in terms of his belly today. I'd like to soften him in terms of his lower rib to move any higher today. A really nice class of feeder steers. Let's give all these kids a nice hand.
Champion Stalker Feeder Steer banner was donated by Farm Credit Services of America. Reserve Champion Stalker Feeder Steer was C1 Cattle, Ben and Emily Johnson.
And here comes our next group. We'll announce them here shortly. I think they're going to confirm our champion and reserve champion.
Second call, Group 2, Stalker Feeder Heifers, January 1st to April 30th, 2026. Second call, Stalker Feeder Heifers, January 1st to April 30th, 2026. First call, best of 3 Stalker Feeders. First call, best of 3 Stalker Feeders.
Out there right now on your left, Caden Goodman, and on your right, Trip Oxford. These are Stalker Feeder Heifers, first of 2 groups. Hayes Barron was the champion, Stalker Feeder Steer. Just waiting to hear confirm the reserve champion.
Champion Stalker Feeder Steer was Hayes Barron. Reserve, Brennan Barron. Purples went to James Barron. Blue went to Parker Miller and Caden Miller.
While we have a moment, want to thank some of our Purple Ribbon sponsors, including Custer Public Power District, keeping your lights shining bright. Nebraska is still the only state in the U.S. served 100% by public power, locally owned and governed by you, Custer Public Power District.
Well, we get out here and roll into the Heifers portion of the Stalker Feeder Show, and I think a nice pair here to sort in this class. I'll stick with the young man's black heifer to go ahead and win. I think at this stage in the game, this one does read better in terms of her lower body and just having a maternal swoop to her lower rib. I think she's better just chest to flank, one that you can appreciate for having a lot of femininity but still being really good in her angles and getting out and going with tons of flexibility. Now, that's not to take anything away from the young man's shorthorn, because one that is a month younger, unfortunately, that's a little bit to her detriment. She's just a little harsher in terms of her flank. She's kind of inverted in how she goes flank to chest, but one that actually is really stout, still looks good in her angles, and I think will be a nice project for the young man. Let's give both of these heifer exhibitors a nice round of applause.
So first out of that group went to Caden Goodman, second to Trip Oxford. Hayes and Mace Barron coming out, and Trip Oxford will be bringing in another entry in this second group of Stalker Feeder Heifers, entering here shortly. We'll then bring the top from each of the two groups out to compete against each other for champion and reserve champion.
Second call, best of 3 stalker feeders. Second call, best of 3 stalker feeders.
Here in our second class of feeder heifers, we'll just leave them how they stand and how they came in. I think the young man up front brings us a really, really nice heifer project that he can keep working on down the road. I think this one is ultra cowy. You talk about one that's so good in terms of her lower body and rib at this stage in the game, especially for being an April-born heifer calf. I think that one's really nice, and the young man should be excited to keep working on her and ultimately put put her back in his cow herd. The young man's black heifer that comes here in second is, I think, the one that best replicates our class winner in terms of having some rib and some power as you get in behind her. She's probably just not quite as good in how she attaches out of the top side of her shoulder into her neck, and maybe not quite as feminine about her front 1/3, but I think a really nice, just stout, broody cow that should do a good job for the young man. The young man's shorthorn influenced one that comes third is one that does have some true stoutness. This one's pretty big hipped and shapely. As you steady her up high, she starts to get a little bit just harsher in terms of her rib. You'd like to soften her in her lower body and just fill her out a little bit at this stage in the game. A nice class of feeder heifers. Let's give all these kids a nice hand.
All right, so top in that group was Hayes Barron, Mace Barron second, Trip Oxford third. So out of the two groups, the two top competitors were Caden Goodman and Hayes Barron. Second in those groups, Trip Oxford and Mace Barron. So they'll bring those four out to compete against each other.
We get out here for the selection of our champion feeder calf heifer, and I think a really nice lineup with these two classes. Just briefly, the young man's that won the first class is one who's ultra refined about her front 1/3, gives you a really neat look from the side. She was in that class better in terms of her lower body. You would like to clean her up a little bit in terms of her navel, and I think as she matures, she'll get a lot stouter and woofier, but I think a nice project that has all the right lines. The young man's that won the second class was ultra broody. Definitely cowy. You love this one in terms of her rib and center body. I think she balances incredibly well. Young man out of the second class will be our champion. Young man out of the first class will be reserve. Let's give these kids a nice hand.
All right, so Hayes Barron the champion, Caden Goodman reserve champion. That'll bring us to best of 3 stocker feeders. Brendan Barron and James Barron both with entries.
Yearling heifers calf August 1st to December 31st, 2024.
They're getting set up over just off the east of the show ring.
Champion stocker feeder heifer went to
Hayes Barron. Reserve champion stocker feeder heifer went to Caden Goodman.
While we are waiting on our best of 3 stocker feeders to come in, we want to thank Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers. If you're considering selling your land, now is the time. Contact April Good or John Farley with Lashley Land. You can also check out lashleyland.com. Thank you as well to Pioneer Seed, Monty Hermsmeyer and Sargent, Mike and Justin Bailey and Ansley, and Larry Leapart and Lacey Hopp of Anselmo are your Pioneer Seed reps in the area. Contact Monty, Mike and Justin, or Larry and Lacey to see what Pioneer can do for your fields. And thank you to Full Circle Irrigation. Contact Todd Wardine today at their office in Litchfield or Broken Bow for your irrigation parts, technology, and service needs. They're proud to be your local Valley dealer. Here come those group of 3. Might have a little bit of a break before 4-H breeding heifers. They have been starting to call those, getting those prepared.
Well, just a single entry here in the Penna 3 feeder calf show, and they really stacked the deck with this group. So I think, and amazingly, you put through all three of these individuals together, and they're still really just consistent and uniform in their kind. I think they work good for a Penna 3. The young men do a really nice job getting them shown and getting them presented even earlier here today. Congratulations to our champion Penna 3.
Right, so ended up only having one single entry. That was Brennan Barron, who had the champion group of best of 3 stocker feeders. And that wraps up the stocker feeder show. Now breeding heifers, followed by Clover Kid Bucket Calf Parade, Junior Herd, and best group of 3 beef is not until 9 a.m. this morning. So we'll wait and see if they make an announcement on how they're going to handle this.
I'd like to make a correction. We will start the breeding heifer show at 9 o'clock. We will start the breeding heifer show at 9 o'clock.
Okay. So they did just issue a correction. They were making calls for breeding heifers to come out, but they did say they will not start until 9 o'clock. So we'll have a break until then. Results will continue to scroll at the bottom of your screen until we go live with the breeding heifer show, which starts at 9 o'clock. We'll talk to you then.
Champion best of 3 stocker feeders went to
Welcome back. Breeding heifer show time. Colt Christensen out there right now. Single entry, Black Angus heifers, yearling heifers calved August 1st through December 31st, 2024.
Well, just a single entry here to get us started in our Angus heifers and the breeding heifer show, and I think the young man brings us a really nice December-born female, one that's at the right stage in maturity. As you get her out here, she's so good in terms of her lower rib and body, ultra cowy, one that you maybe just has almost a nickel too much set to that rear hock, but it's very, very functional and extra practical, just kind of a cosmetic thing. You could lean her up a touch, but I think a really nice, just cowy Angus heifer for the young man that'll be exciting to bring back here in our division drive. Let's give him a nice hand.
All right. So that was Group 1. Group 2, significantly larger, 7 in
first
it.
class of Black Angus heifers. Purple went to Colt Christensen.
Second group of Black Angus heifers coming out now. Cohen Dalrymple, Casey Nelson, Avery Ostrand, and Brexton Ostrand. Quinn Rosentrader, Braxton Reinierson, and Ricky Biter. After this, we'll have one single entry group from Callie Nelson, and then we'll determine our champion and reserve champion Black Angus heifer. Here they come.
Second call, Black Angus heifers, yearling heifers, calf May 1st to August 31st, 2025. Second call, Black Angus heifers, yearling heifers, calf May 1st to August 31st, 2025. First call, Charlet, yearling heifers, calf August 1st to December 31st, 2024. First call, Charlet yearling heifers, calf August 1st to December 31st, 2024.
While we have a moment, want to thank more of our Purple Ribbon sponsors, including Lines Appliance, where they offer very competitive pricing on all appliances and ready to price match if you find a better deal. Don't waste your time or gas driving out of town. Support local and support those who support our community. That would be Lines Appliance of Broken Bow. Thank you as well to Big Jim's Bar of Oconto, known for their flavorful made-to-order pizzas and friendly small-town atmosphere. They open at 5 Monday through Friday, and Saturdays and Sundays they open at 3. Dine in or call ahead for takeout at Big Jim's Bar in Oconto. And thank you as well to Farm Bureau Financial Services. Local agents are Travis Hansen, Jack Lindstrom, and Lloyd Johnson. Proud to serve the community to help protect what matters most, your family, home, farm, business, and your future. Stop by 616 South C Street in Broken Bow or call 308-872-6433.
As this group of Black Angus Heifers walks around the arena, we'd like to thank some of our 2026 Custer County Fairground sponsors. Thank you, Arrow Hotel.
Again, this is group number 2 of 3. This is the largest group.
Borders Inn and Suites.
The first and third groups are just one single entry.
Equipment. Bruning Bank. Central Nebraska Electric. Farmers National Company and Dave Davis Auction. Grocery Cart. Bergsmeyer Agronomy. Insurance of the Heartland. K&K Backhoe and Irrigation. State Farm Insurance. Straight Up IT Solutions and K Cleaning LLC. Taylor Heating and Cooling. Team Physical Therapy. And the Cattleman's Cut.
Three still pulled down on the bottom, indicating top 3 in the group. We'll see where the judge decides. Judge taking some extra time here. Might be a pretty tough decision. I think they just indicated Cohen Dalrymple will be first. Pull him up out of the group. That leaves these two.
Class of Angus females, and we get out here into the big class of Angus females, and I think there's a trio of heifers that are really, really good on the top end of this class. And I think I wouldn't be offended if you think it should go different. I think they're all good. I think they all have different reasons to win. Ultimately, I think the young man's heifer here in the front is the best at doing all of it. I think she gets out and goes really good, really flexible. She stays the most together in terms of her tail head and how she connects right in behind her shoulder. I think that one's really good in terms of her foot structure and how she gets out and goes. She's maybe not as fuzzy and fit up as the other two today, but I think you do that to her and you latch on even tighter. I think a really, really nice Angus heifer that the young man has. After that, I think between second and third, it gets really close. I think there's two different kinds of females. The young man's is ultra, ultra elegant and cool when you study her from the side. That's one that I'd like to stouten her up. She gets awfully flat in terms of her stifle. You'd like to widen her in terms of her pin, but you get her out on the move, and I think she comes together better than the female that goes in third, one that hooks in better at her tail head, and I think gets out and goes with a little more flexibility. Now, that's not to say that the power cow's not in third, because the young lady does come with the stoutest, biggest pin, biggest chested female. There's no doubt about that. That one has a ton of true capacity. Unfortunately, as you get her out and go, she kind of wants to get a little piecey on you. She's the boldest shouldered, kind of wants to paddle out of her front end and crank up in her tail head as she gets out and goes, but I will not argue she is the stoutest and boldest in terms of her rib in that second and third pair. The young man that comes next is one who has another really stout, big-ripped, big-hipped heifer. That one starts to get a little coarser in terms of her joint work. I wish she'd reach and flex better in her lower pastern and out of her rear hock. The young lady that comes next is one who's ultra elegant, super feminine about her front 1/3. I just wish there was a little more to her. She needs softened in terms of her rear flank and just her belly. The young man that comes next is one who is stout and big-ribbed, actually holds the advantage in comparison to the one that goes ahead of him. She needs softened in terms of her lower belly and just relax to the angle of her shoulder to give her a little more extension about her front 1/3. And just a really practical Angus-type cow that comes here next, one that is stout and has some true rib. In this particular class, started a little plainer and more common in her look. A really nice class of Angus females. Let's give that whole set a nice hand.
Okay, so first out of that group, Cohen Dalrymple, second, Braxton Rainierson, third, Casey Nelson. We'll now have a single entry coming in. This is Callie Nelson, representing Sand Hill Critters. Yearling Heifers, calved May 1st through August 31st, 2025.
First to December 31st, 2024. Second call, Charlotte Yearling Heifers, calved August 1st to December 31st, 2024. First call, Charlotte Yearling Heifers, calved January 1st to April 30th, 2025. First call, Charlotte Yearling Heifers, calved January 1st to April 30th, 2025. In the second group of Black Angus Heifers, first purple went to Cohen Dalrymple. Second purple,
Braxton Rainierson. Third purple, Casey Nelson. Fourth purple, Brexton Ostrand. Fifth purple, Avery Ostrand. First blue, Ricky Viter. Second blue, Gwen Rosentrader.
Well, we get out here into our final class of Angus females, I believe, and a really nice single entry that the young lady brings us. One who's really good in how she sets into her front 1/3, ultra attractive, big rib, stout. I think one you could maybe just make a little bit bigger featured, and as you study her at the ground and set her back to the angle of her knee. But I think a really, really nice female that'll be fun to bring out and compare with the other heifers in the drive. Let's give her a nice hand.
In the third group of Black Angus Heifers, purple went to Callie Nelson.
Okay, so they'll bring back Colt Christensen, and Callie Nelson will loop back around as they were single entries in their groups. But then we'll see how many out of that second group they decide to bring back in. Cohen Dalrymple, Braxton Rainierson, and Casey Nelson were the top three. Looks like they're going to bring out all 5 that we mentioned.
Well, we get out here into the Angus Division Drive, and I think a really, really nice set of females from top to bottom that we looked at today. The young man's December born that's up here in the front is one that just from a maturity standpoint, I think is where she needs to be, one that's ultra, ultra cowy. She's maybe not just the flashiest in terms of her front 1/3 or cosmetically just the set to her rear leg, but one that's just really practical, functional Angus brood cow, and I think you have to appreciate that a lot. The young man that came out of the second class, the really deep class, I think the one that was just the combination female in terms of being stout, being big ribbed, really good at the ground, and still putting yourself probably together the best as you let him get out on the move. I think that one is ultra, ultra good, and there was a set of 3 in that class that was really, really competitive. The young lady who came out of the last class, one that has a really neat look about her front 1/3. She's good in terms of her rib and stoutness. That's one that you could maybe just set back a little bit to the angle of her hock and her front knee. One that gets just a little frailer as you study her at the ground. A really, really nice Angus heifer, though. Let's give this Angus Drive a nice hand, and I'll go select 1st through 5th.
Second call, Charlet Yearling Heifers, calf January 1st to April 30th, 2025. Second call, Charlet Yearling Heifers.
So that was Cohen Dalrymple, champion.
First call, Commercial Heifers, Yearling Heifers, calf January 1st to April 30th, 2025. First call, Commercial Heifers, Yearling Heifers, calf January 1st to April 30th, 2025.
We'll see where she goes for a reserve.
From second place from that class, and once again, and really, really competitive, kind of splitting hairs when we talked about that whole trio. I'll go ahead and keep them together. The young man out of the second class will be reserve.
Okay, so that is Braxton Reinierson. Reserve champion. All right, so that wraps that up. And as you see, we've got some Charlets waiting to come in. Jack Bartok will have a single entry, and then Otto Petrick and Macy Seta will have a group of 2 that will come in after that. She just doesn't
Champion Angus
want to
breeding
cooperate.
heifers, Cohen Dalrymple. Reserve Angus breeding heifers, Braxton Rainierson.
Well, just a single entry out here, and it's always hard to just bring one out here and get them to cooperate. I think the young man has a really nice female, one that's built really well, super athletic, a September born that he said is bred. I think one that just at this stage in the game, you'd maybe like her to have a little bit more just true lower body and rib, but one that's ultra stout and really, really flexible and athletic. Let's give the young man a nice hand.
So coming out now, Otto Petrick and Macy Setta.
In the first group of Charlotte yearling heifers, purple went to Jack Bartok. Second call, Class 1 commercial heifers. Second call, Class 1 commercial heifers. First call, Class 2 commercial heifers. First call, Class 2 commercial heifers.
Well, we get out here into the next class of Charlotte heifers and a pair of springborn females, I believe, that are a little different in their kind. I think the young ladies that will end up being first here at the front is one that has a little more extension and elevation about her front 1/3. I think this one is built better in terms of the angle of her rear leg and just gets out and reaches, flexes more. And that's not to say that I wouldn't like to make her better in terms of her lower body, but I think a female that has the advantage in terms of just flexibility and extension. The young man who comes out in second is one who's ultra stout. Buddy, I think she is the bigger ribbed and bigger backed one. That's one that just reads a little straighter in the terms of the angle of her shoulder and off of her rear leg and hock. I'd like to set her back in her angles and let her just get out and flex a little bit better. A nice class of females. Let's give these two a nice hand.
Okay, so first out of the class, Macy Setta, and second out of the class, Otto Petrick. I'll bring Jack Bartok back out, and we'll determine which is the champion and which is the reserve from the three.
Into the drive for our Charlet females, and I think a nice lineup. I think the Young Man's Fall up front is one who's just great in how she's built and how she gets out and goes. I think she's one that's still really feminine about her front 1/3 and has the right kind of shape to her lower body, even though I'd like to see her just a little bigger ribbed and broodier for being a bred female at this time in the game. The young lady's Springborn one was one that came just a little bit better in her angles and about her front 1/3. One, though, that I would like to soften in terms of her flank and just lower body. And then a nice place stout, second place heifer that came out of that class. I'll use the Young Man's Fall to be your champion Charlet and the young lady out of the second class to be reserve.
So Jack Bartok with the champion Charlet heifer, Macy Setta reserve champion.
Champion Charlet heifer went to Jack Bartok. Reserve champion Charlet heifer was Macy Setta. We'd like to thank our banner sponsor, Taylor Charlet.
Okay, so continuing on with our heifer show, two pretty large classes of commercial heifers. First group coming in, Mallory Bartok, Brennan Barron, Court Berg, Weston Delaney, Otto Petrick, Kyler Tate, Baron Rosentrader, Cohen Dalrymple, and Whitley Delaney. Here they come.
Second call, Class 2 commercial heifers. Second call, Class 2 commercial heifers. First call, Hereford yearling heifers, calved January 1st to April 30th, 2025. First call.
While we have a moment, we want to take some time to thank AgriBest Feeds of Callaway, one of our Purple Ribbon sponsors. They offer loose minerals and rumen-edge tubs for your cattle. They also have posts, red brand, barbed wire, and other fence supplies you need. ATV drive-over gates and automatic wireless hydraulic gates are also available at AgriBest Feeds of Callaway. Thank you as well to Trotter Service and Trotter Fertilizer in Broken Bow. They want to thank everyone for their business at all of the surrounding Trotters locations. Whether you're visiting Trotter Service, Trotter Fertilizer, or one of the many Trotters Woe and Goes, they've enjoyed serving you and Central Nebraska since 1962. And thank you to the Custer County Ag Society, welcoming you to the Custer County Fair. They urge you to come out and take in the fun. We also want to encourage you to look at the calendar of events for the Custer County Fairgrounds throughout the year at custercountyfair.org. You don't want to miss out on any of the activities going on throughout the year at the Custer County Fairgrounds. Judges started pulling some heifers to the top of the show ring, narrowing her choice down in this first of two classes as we try to determine a champion and reserve commercial heifer.
Well, we get down here into the first big class of the commercial females, and I think a really nice heifer to land on and go ahead and start this class. One that's really stout, really broody, really good in terms of her lower body, and just looks like a female as he gets her parked. You get this one on the move, and I would like to just set her down in her loin a little bit and let her just reach a little more aggressively off those rear two. But I think a really nice female to go ahead and win the class. The young man that comes next with the red female is one that I just thought had the most cow power in comparison while still coming with a feminine look as you get her off to the side. That's one that's big ribbed and stout and still balances up and gives you a look of femininity as he gets her parked. I think a nice female there to land in second. The young lady's Charlet appearing female that comes in third is one who's incredibly good built. That one is so flexible and laid back in her angles. You love how she sets to the ground and you love her foot shape. That's one that starts to get a little coarser about her front 1/3. She's kind of bold in her shoulder and a little plainer about her front or head and neck, but one that's just so good in how she's built and gets out and goes. The young man's black heifer that comes next is another one that's just really stout, big ribbed and broody. That one starts to get a little plainer and coarser about how she attaches out of the top side of her neck and up through her front 1/3, but just a really nice functional power cow for the young man. The young man's red heifer that comes next is one who's super good in terms of her lower body and lower rib. That one is ultra just cowy. She starts to get kind of plain and down about her front 1/3. You'd like to elevate her about her head and neck. The young man's baldy that comes next does hold the advantage in terms of having some added extension about her front 1/3. I'd like to just soften her in terms of her lower body and let her just balance up with a little more femininity. The young man that comes next is one who's ultra soft middled, really cowy. That one starts to get a little plainer and just narrower in terms of having some true muscle. The young man that comes next has some true extension. That one needs to be softer in terms of her center body, and same can go for the young man that finishes out the class. Let's give that whole class of commercial heifers a nice round of applause.
Top out of that class, Cohen Dalrymple. Second out of the class, Court Berg, if I saw the back tags correctly. We'll hear those confirmed here shortly, I'm sure. But in comes our next class. Bexley Hoff, Ava Rosentrader, Ember Guthard Burr, James Barron, Mace Barron, William Delaney, Ava Loy, Heston Scott, Macy Smith, and Colt Wells, all coming in.
April 30th, 2025. First call, Shorthorn Yearling Heifers. First call, Shorthorn Yearling Heifers. In Class 1 commercial heifers.
First purple went to Cohen Dalrymple. Second purple went to Court Berg. Third purple, Mallory Bartok. Fourth purple, Brennan Barron. First blue, Otto Petrick. Second blue, Baron Rosentrader. Third blue, Weston Delaney. Fourth blue, Kyler Tate. Fifth blue, Whitley Delaney.
Thank you to Justin Thompson Agency and American Family Insurance. Whether you're protecting your home, vehicles, farm, business, or your family's future, the team at Justin Thompson Agency and American Family Insurance is here to help you find the protection that fits your needs with local service you can count on. They're proud to support the Custer County Fair and wish all the exhibitors, families, and fairgoers a safe and successful week. Thank you as well to Nebraska State Bank, proud to be your local bank serving the area since 1918 with 4 convenient locations in Callaway, Myrna, and Broken Bow. They have your financial service needs covered. Stop by any location today to set up with free checking for your personal or business needs. Again, this is the second group of commercial heifers. Bexley Hoff, Ava Rosentrader, Ember Guthard Burr, James Barron, and Mace Barron. William Delaney, Ava Loy, Heston Scott, Macy Smith, and Colt Wells. All out there right now.
Well, our second commercial class, I think there's a little bit of challenge, and I'll be the first to admit there's not one that I just absolutely love in this particular class. The young ladies, Peach Heifer. The young ladies' peach heifer that'll go ahead and win is one that's ultra stout. You get her parked on the profile. You really appreciate how she looks. There's just so much more to her. It's a little bit harder to beat her. Now, that's not to say that she does not need to get corrected in how she goes to the ground and how she gets out and moves. That's one that's a little too restricted off her rear leg and feet, and that coincidentally wants to get up in her loin. But one that's ultra stout and parked, and you can certainly appreciate how she balances up from the side. The young man that comes in second holds the advantage in terms of being incredibly athletic, flexible, so much better in how she reads in her angles. I question, though, if that one is just really green or if she's a little hard doing. You'd like her to be better in terms of her upper rib shape and just a little better in terms of the swoop to her lower rib at this stage in the game, but one that's ultra feminine and really, really good in how she gets out and goes. The young ladies that comes next is just a practical, really nice type of a female. This one's good in terms of her rib and balance. She starts to get just a little bit plainer about her front 1/3. You'd like to just make her a little more feminine, but I think there's nothing wrong with that female, just incredibly practical kind of cattle. The young man that comes next is one that's super stout, has a ton of rib and some good lower body. She starts to get a little rounder out of her hip and plainer in her rear end, and you'd like to freshen her up about her front 1/3, but just a nice kind of cow. The young man's red heifer that comes next is one that replicates the one that goes ahead of him. I think she's big-ribbed, stout, just gets a little bit plainer about her front 1/3 and awfully low in terms of her chest. The young man that comes next is one that is ultra feminine. That one has a lot more extension and look about her front 1/3. She starts to get awfully straight in her rear too. You'd like to soften her in terms of her lower belly. The young lady that comes next is one who probably is more feminine and a little more athletic as she goes to the ground. I just wish there was more to her. She needs to be stoutened up and just have some more lower body. The young lady that comes next with the baldy is one that is good in terms of some lower body shape. There just needs to be a little bit more of that one, needs stoutened up, but a nice project for the young lady. And the two heifers that come next, both have tons of extension. They're really athletic and can get out and go. All of them just need a little more true power and dimension, but I think should still make practical cows for the two exhibitors. Let's give this nice class of commercials a hand.
All right, so top of that class, Macy Smith, Heston Scott second. They'll come back out with Cohen Dalrymple and Court Berg from that first class to compete for champion and reserve champion commercial heifers. And here they come.
Well, we get out here into the champion commercial drive, and I think some nice representatives. There was a couple that I would like to nitpick and change some things, but ultimately I think the young man's heifer that comes out of the first class was a really logical place to start in that particular class. Ultra broody, really, really maternal. One you could nitpick and change just a couple things, but I think a really, really nice brood cow for the young man. The young lady Charlotte Cross that came out of that second class was one that just landed there for being really stout, having been really good in terms of her center body. You'd like to change how that one got out and moved and just relax her in all of her angles. But I think a heifer that the young ladies worked hard on, and you can appreciate that. The young man out of the first class is going to be your champion commercial. The young lady out of the second class will be reserve. Let's give all these kids a nice hand.
All right, so champion is Cohen Dalrymple, reserve champion Macy Smith in commercial heifers. That brings us to Hereford and Pulled Hereford yearling heifers. Just one single entry, so Kirby Biter will be the champion there. And just one single entry for Shorthorn yearling heifers. Trip Oxford will be the champion there. Not to be spoiler or anything, but they are just single entries. So Kirby going to come in here first with her Hereford and Pulled Hereford yearling heifer.
Second purple, Heston Scott. Third purple, Ava Rosentrader. First blue, Ace Barron. Second blue, Colt Wells. Third blue, James Barron. Fourth blue, Amber Guthrie Burr. Reds went to Ava Lloyd, William Delaney, and Bexley Hall. Champion commercial breeding heifer went to Cohen. Commercial breeding heifer, Macy Smith.
Well, we roll into kind of our single entry portion of the show, but I think the young lady brings us a really, really nice Hereford female out here. It'd be fun to see a few more to compete against her. I think one that's really good in how she balances in proportions. She's really good at the ground, good in terms of a rib, ultra stout. You could maybe make that one just a little prettier about her front one end, but that's being pretty picky on a really nice one. Let's give the lady a nice hand.
We'd like to thank our banner sponsors, our commercial.
All right, so congratulations to Kirby. Trip Oxford coming out now with his Shorthorn yearling heifer.
Champion Hereford heifer was Kirby Biter. Second call, other breed registered yearling heifers including Speckled Park Highland, Shorthorn Plus, Red Angus, Kiania,
we roll into the Shorthorns here, and a nice dark red heifer that the young man brings us. One that's good in terms of her lower rib and pretty good as she gets out and flexes. If you wanted to nitpick about this one, you'd like to correct her and how she detaches out of the top side of her neck and just clean her up to the crest of her neck. She starts to get a little down-headed and just a little off her quality in her look about her front 1/3. But I think a nice heifer for the young man. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
All right. So Trip Oxford had the champion Shorthorn heifer. This moves us into other breed. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different other breeds to go through and look at individually. Rutley Cookson coming in first. With his speckled park. She's given him plenty of work.
Well, we won't make the young man fight her out here by herself for too long, but I think he brings us a really nice speckled park. I'll be completely honest, I haven't been around the breed just a ton, but I think you have to appreciate her for how good she is in terms of athleticism and how she sets down to the ground. One that still has enough true power and stoutness, has the right shape to her lower body. I think a really feminine, nice heifer for the young man. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
That's going to bring in Rexton Myers, Speckle Park Highland. In other breed registered yearling heifers.
First place in other breed registered yearling heifers, Speckle Park, went to Rutley Cookson.
This is Rexton Myers, Burr Oak 4-H. Thank you to Healing Hearts and Families, where they work to educate the public by implementing a variety of outreach activities and public education programs to increase awareness of domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, and bullying. Keep listening for information about how to donate to and attend their upcoming gala this fall.
I think it's a Speckled Park Highland, if I understand correctly, and I think the young man brings us one who's ultra feminine and refined about her front 1/3. She gets out and goes good enough in terms of just true soundness. You could stouten that one up and make her just a little bit denser in terms of feature at the ground, but really feminine. Nice heifer for the young man. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
These Speckle Park and Speckle Park Highlands are spry. They are coming out here. Shorthorn Plus coming out next from Trip Oxford. There he comes.
There's a bucket calf in the southeast side of the dairy barn that needs moved.
She's given a hard time out here in the show ring as well.
Well, the young man brings us to Shorthorn Plus now, and I think one that's really, really stout, good in terms of her rib shape, one that when he gets parked, she balances up and kind of puts herself together. That's one that on the move, and whether she's just fighting him today or not, she'll get a little up in her top and a little coarser in how she gets out and goes, but one that's really stout, really good ribbed, and balances up once he gets her parked. A nice Shorthorn Plus heifer. Let's give the young man a nice round of applause.
All right, so that's Trip Oxford. Jade Taylor next.
There's a bucket calf in the dairy barn that needs moved.
Jade going to be bringing out Red Angus right now.
Champion Special Park Highland went to Brexton Myers. First purple in Shorthorn Plus went to Trip Oxford.
Just a single entry in our Red Angus show, and the young lady brings us a nice female, one that's really feminine and good in how she attaches into her front 1/3, good in terms of her rib shape, and good enough in how it blends back into her lower flank. A really nice female, super fresh. Let's give the young lady a nice hand. It'll be fun to bring her back.
Double bring out Emma Stahlbaumer. This breed I am not familiar with myself. Chianina? That's a tough one. If anyone wants to help me in the comments, type out that pronunciation. I'd be very welcoming of the help.
Registered yearling heifers for Red Angus was Jade Taylor.
Well, another single entry here in our key show, I believe, and a really nice fall-born September heifer that the young lady brings. One that's just incredible in how she gets out and goes and how she sets down in her feet and legs. One that's really good in terms of the shape to her lower body already at this stage in the game. One that has the right kind of extension and look about her front 1/3. She's carrying just a little bit of extra leather up there, but I think a really competitive one that'll be fun to see here later on. Let's give the young lady a nice hand.
All right, congratulations to Emma Stahlbaumer. Caden Goodman coming out now with another single entry. Maine Anjou. is the breed.
A single entry here in our first class of main heifers, and I think one that fits the breed and is ultra stout, really, really big ribbed, has a ton of feature as she goes to the ground. Just a nice practical cow. If you'd like to change that one, you'd like to just refine her a little bit to the crest of her neck and give her a little more extension about 1/3, but a ton of power there, really big ribbed, nice female for the young man. We'll bring her back here for our champion main in a second. Let's give him a nice hand.
First in the Kianina was Emma Stahlbommer.
Can we have all of our champions
Kianina is how they pronounce that.
their class back to the Custer
So I'll
County
copy that,
Federation
unless I'm told otherwise.
champions and reserves from their class back to the Custer County Farm Bureau Arena.
This next entry is for Olivia Ostrand. Olivia getting some help showing her heifer today. She's over there with her crutches. She's standing right there watching, though. She's in a boot here at the Custer County Fair. I know she would love to be out there, but she's getting some help showing here today.
In the first class, May and June breeding registered yearling heifers. Purple went to Caden Goodman.
Our second class here in the main heifers, and I think the young man brings us a really nice blaze face heifer that he's showing for his younger sister. It sounds like one that's really, really good in how she attaches out of the top side of her neck, ultra feminine about her front 1/3, and still comes with a ton of true power. She has the right kind of lower belly shape at this stage in the game, and one that I think gets out and goes plenty good enough. A really nice heifer for the young man. Let's give him a hand.
Can we have all best group of 3 beef?
Okay, because we had 2 main Anjus, they're just determining a champion and a reserve right now with those. I think is what's happening here. Because Caden Goodman's back out there. And then we'll move on for grand champion and reserve champion breeding heifer.
In reserve main, just the 2 single entry classes, but I think 2 really nice representatives. The young man's older heifer up front is one who's ultra powerful, super broody. One that gets a little coarser in how she's designed in her shoulder and up through her front 1/3, and kind of wants to just paddle a little bit out of her front end, get a little up in her loin, but one that's really, really stout and good ribbed. The young man's blaze face heifer in the younger class, one who's super feminine about her front 1/3. Has the right kind of belly shape, plenty stout enough. Personally, I like how she's put together better. She'll be our champion, and the young man out of the first class will be reserve. Let's give them a nice hand.
Okay, and I saw Olivia Ostrand getting some high fives from her family. So Olivia Ostrand is your champion.
Farm Bureau Federation Arena. Again, all
And reserve is Caden Goodman.
making their way to the Custer County Farm Bureau Federation Arena.
So congratulations to those two. And now we'll get everyone together and determine a grand champion and a reserve champion breeding heifer. So this will be good stuff here. All right, so here shortly, we'll determine our grand champion breeding heifer and our reserve champion breeding heifer. And then we'll get a lot of beef out here as we'll have best group of 3 beef coming out. Lots of entries expected there. Then I think they're gonna have the carcass contests announcement, and then everyone will get ready for fitting and showing, which takes quite a bit of setup and preparation. So that's all right around the corner. Let me grab my full schedule here. Yeah, beef fitting and showing is set for 11 o'clock. Might be a little bit late to that as it's almost 10:30 right now. Then after that beef fitting and showing contest, they'll have a little break until 1 o'clock. 4-H Dairy Cattle Show, followed by the FFA Dairy Cattle Show. Also at 1 o'clock, they'll set up the ring for the 4-H Goat Show, which will be followed by the FFA Goat Show. The 4-H Bucket Calf Parade will be after the Dairy Cattle Show, there after the 1 o'clock hour, and that will put a completion on the day. Our next stream after that will be on Thursday evening starting at 7 p.m. The 4-H and FFA Livestock Sale right here at the Farm Bureau covered arena. A traditional end to the Custer County Fair each year, and we will have it live for you right here on the Sandhills Express YouTube and Facebook pages, as well as on KCNI Pure Country.
Country Partners Cooperative, Custer County Farm Bureau Federation, Custer Economic Development Corp., Custer Electric and Irrigation, Enco LLC, Myers Construction, Myers Iron Salvage and Roll-Up, Nebraska State Bank, One Box Convention Center, OZ Bar Precision LLC, The Jones Group, Third City Christian Church, Tumbleweed Cafe, B-Bar Trailer Sales, and Winquist Incorporated. After the grand champion and reserve champion breeding heifers are announced, we will have best group of 3, followed by the carcass contest, then preceded by fitting and showing.
All right, they're starting to come out slowly but surely. And these are all of your champions we have had so far here in the Heifer Show.
All right, you got a correction. We'll have bucket calves after the breeding heifers. Then we will do best group of 3 beef, followed by carcass contest, and then fitting and showing.
Okay, you might have picked that up on my microphone, maybe not, but they're going to do bucket calves, then group of 3 beef, then carcass contest, then fitting and showing. I think is the order he just reported. Main thing is that right now we're determining a overall and reserve champion breeding heifer. Lots of different breeds out there. Still have a few more coming in. Putting the reserve champions up top. They'll pull them in. Should the winner be out of the class that they were in before.
Well, it was great to spend my morning out here again and sort through your heifer show and work with your kids again today. And I know we have a few things left, but it's been a tremendous heifer show. I think top to bottom, there were good representatives from their breeds. I think just recapping the ones, I guess, that I'll highlight that are in my mind for contention. The young man that came out of the Angus division first thing this morning, definitely the most competitive class and deepest class we've had so far today. I thought she was really, really good in how she's put together. She's good in terms of her rib and body and just really cowy, but still gives you a feminine and fresh look if you get off to the side of her. I thought a really nice female. The same can be said for the reserve in that division. It was really close decision. That one's ultra good, and when you get her parked from the side and super athletic as you get out and move, one we could just make a little bit stouter in an ideal world. Another one I really appreciated today was the young lady's Hereford that came out. I think one that's good in terms of just stoutness and power and rib, still balances out from the side and fresh in terms of her front 1/3. She's not just sexy next, but I think for a Hereford you really can appreciate one that balances in proportions like she does. The next one that is in my mind for contention is the Young Ladies Key, a fall-born, so a little bit different from an age standpoint to bring out here, but I think one that has a really, really neat future in front of her, great in how she's designed and goes to the ground. She has just a little bit of extra leather and a little bit in her chest floor, but not fat at all, just some extra skin. I think those are 4 really, really nice females. But before I put down the mic, would love to thank the Custer County Fairgrounds and their association for asking me to come out here today. I appreciate my ring help that we've had the past couple days. It's been a pleasure. I think we're pretty lucky to get to do this as our quote-unquote sport, and I think pretty cool that the good Lord gave us that ability, and just to live in a country and a state like we do, it's pretty neat. Let's give all these kids one more nice round of applause, and I'll go select your Grand and Reserve.
All right, so your Grand came out of that Black Angus group from earlier on this morning. That was Cohen Dalrymple. So they'll go ahead and pull the reserve from Black Angus in there to compete and have an opportunity for overall reserve champion.
Champion breeding heifer and reserve champion breeding heifer banners were sponsored by Amesbury Farms. Thank you.
Your reserve champion heifer will learn after we hear from the judge.
Well, we pull our Reserve Angus out, and I think a very competitive division that we had first thing off this morning. Thank you again for coming. Great to see so many people in the stands. I'm going to keep those 2 together. The young man's Angus will be reserve.
Wow, so the 2 Angus, they're your champion and reserve champion Black Angus, but they're also overall champion and overall reserve champion. Braxton Reinierson is reserve champion.
Grand champion breeding heifer was Cohen
Dalrymple. Reserve champion breeding heifer was Braxton Reinierson.
All right. So as you can see, we've got some bucket calves that are getting ready to come in.
Clover Kid bucket calves that will be entering the ring. For Clover Kid bucket calves, they are 6 and 7 years old, so not quite official 4-H age. So they get to bring in a bucket calf and are interview judged. And we just got completed with our interview judging. And Steve Horn was our judge this year, so we appreciate Steve Horn being our interview judge for our Clover Kid bucket calves. We had 30 participants, and they are entering the ring right now. I'm just going to go through them and their calves' names for you. We had Brindley Barnes and her calf Penelope, Callan Bartok with calf Buddy, Nora Bartok with her calf Virginia, Brooklyn Barron with calf named Red, Cord Bailey with calf named Tiger. Cash Bailey, calf named Lucky. River Bailey, calf named Princess. Then we had Sage Bailey and then a calf named Junior. We have Everly Christensen, and her calf's name was Oreo Fluff. Then we have Maylee Christensen, and her calf's name is Duke. Then we have Addison Ewalt, and her calf's name is Smoky Number 3. We have Brody Geyser, and his calf's name is Biscuit. So you might just wait right here, okay? Yep. Then we have, do you want to line them up here, guys? Yeah, bring them up and line them up in a line here. So Ryle, if you want to come this way, we'll line you up along here. You can lead the way. So like I said, we have 30 bucket calves, and bucket calves like to do what they want to do, as you can tell. So we had Brody Geyser with calf Biscuit, is where I left off. Then we have Bo Gill, and his calf's name was Bubbles. We have Easton Holcomb, and his calf's name is Midnight. So they're going to line you up over here. Then we have Kara Jacobson, and her calf's name is Cookie. We're putting our ring help to the test out here today now. Then we have Jacelyn Jones, her calf's name is Simba. We have Merrick Ostrand, his calf's name is Dakota. We have Elsie Rosentrader, and her calf's name is Rosie. Ian Rosentrader, his calf's name is Cookie as well. We have another Cookie. We have Presley Rosentrader with a calf named Hazley. Cannon Ryan with a calf named Nugget. We have Gunnar Ryan with a calf named Fuzzy. We have Jack Shipperite with a calf named Stinky. Marty Shipperite with a calf named Freddie. Merrick Scott with a calf named Shadow. Allison Shaw with a calf named Old Frank. Zyson Tobias with a calf named White Mike. Ryle Vincent has a calf named Spicy. Caden Weinman has a calf named Bambi. And Barrett Babcock has a calf named Jet. So that is all 30 of our Clover kids and the bucket calves that they brought to the 2026 Custer County Fair. I'm thinking this is maybe our 9th or 10th year we've had this project. And our goal is to get our young kids interested in bringing cattle to the Custer County Fair. And over the last 10 years, we range between 20 and 30 kids in our Clover Kid Bucket Calf project. So let's give our Clover kids a hand for this wonderful lineup of bucket calves. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Steve Horn, who is our judge, and he can say a few things about our group of kids, and he's going to walk through the line and give them their ribbons.
Okay, I want to thank Troy for asking me to do this. It was really a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. I hope the kids did. I think the future of Custer County looks pretty good. 30 kids in Clover Kids that are showing calves. So we're in good shape. Kate and I are going to hand out ribbons, and then we'll dismiss them.
All right, awesome stuff here from the Clover Kids for the Bucket Calf Parade. And I've recorded this Bucket Calf Parade, so we will put this up on the Sandhills Express Facebook page as a separate video file if you would like to share this or watch it with the kids, or tell those that are family of the kids that are out here that the video is available to them there on the Sandhills Express Facebook page. Great job, kids. All right, great stuff there in the bucket calf parade. Best group of 3 beef coming up next, and they are preparing to come in. About to be a lot of cattle in the show ring here. As the bucket calves make their way out. Those competing in best group of 3 beef include Bailey Kristen, Caden Goodman, Ember Guthard Burr, Callie Nelson, Avery Brexton and Olivia Ostran, Emmett Palmer, Maggie Peterson, Macy and Paisley Seta, Ridge Seta as well on the other page. Let me flip the page here. Annalie, Maria, Skylar, Zane, Allie, and Macy Smith, and Delaney Wyman. All right, so best group of 3 beef happening right now. And they just made the announcement that after that, they'll have 15 minutes to get their beef showing and fitting and showing equipment to the show ring to compete in that. So that's right around the corner and coming up here very, very soon. We're running just slightly behind schedule. Beef fitting and showing is scheduled for 11 o'clock. It's 10:50. I would doubt we would get, well, we know we're behind schedule because they're giving 15 minutes after this best of 3 is over to get the equipment ready for that. We'll stream that as well. I'll see if I can see if there's somebody around that can come up here and run this equipment so that I can go down and run the remote camera and get you some close-up video of when they're doing the fitting and showing. Again, this is best group of 3 beef. Got them all down here on the rail in front of us. Kind of one of the harder camera angles to get for you folks.
And nice to see this many clubs bring out pens of 3 here to finish us off for today before we get into the fit-in contest. And I think all of these groups are really good if you study just in terms of consistency. Sometimes it's hard to put together a group where they all fit together pretty well, but I think all of these do that to a pretty good degree. There's a little bit of size variance in some of these, but just types of cattle I think match. There was one pen that stood out to me, and then after that I think it gets a little close to reserve. But you know, first you see, okay, these cattle are consistent, they're uniform, and then you can get down and study just quality of cattle within that particular group and within that pen. With that being said, I'll put down the mic and go select your champion and reserve pen of 3, but let's give all these kids a nice hand.
All right, we'll follow the judge as she selects the champion and reserve. Your champion group. And as there's so many back tags out there and these groups come together in different ways. Here were your reserve champions right over here. Fitting and showing equipment going to start rolling on in here literally. They're going to bring in that equipment. They're going to plug in all around the show ring. And we're going to see just how well these kids work together to prepare their animals for show. So we'll hang around for just a quick second and wait to hear an announcement on who was champion and reserve champion there in best group of 3 beef. And then we will see how we come out on the fitting and showing side.
I like how you're all lined up like that, but I think the audience would kind of like to see you. So if we can have you lined up so you're facing the people in the crowd here, that would be great. This is a wonderful group of kids that entered our 4-H carcass project to get some more information on the animals that we sent to harvest that they raised and got to feed all year long. And our superintendent for our carcass project is Abram Babcock, and we really appreciate him stepping up and taking this over. Rodney Lamb is here too. He was our superintendent for years and years and in the project as a kid too. And he has a little kid that will be in it at some point here, and he already has another kid in it. So we appreciate that support over the years for our carcass project. And with that, I will turn it over to Abram. He can tell you a little bit about the project and the animals and the kids.
Yeah, thank you, Troy. Really appreciate everybody sticking around and working with us. We usually give this out during the beef show, but with all the flooding and things yesterday, we decided to delay it till today. As you can tell, there's a great participation this year. I think there's 35 kids, and we had 39 animals that went through the packing plant. And you know, when the cattle were weighed in and they went through the plant, just did a tremendous job feeding the cattle this year, and should be very proud of that. So I would like to thank a couple people. Our two interview judges were two individuals on the Adams sales and marketing team that work and market all of our fat cattle. So that'd be Amy Staples and Christina Carpenter are the ones that did the interviews. All of our interns helped weigh the cattle out at our east lot. And then Sophie Snively, taking all the pictures. She did a lot of work on the back side of this. She's a third-year intern from Iowa State University. So I'd like to just thank everybody that helped make this happen. So I guess with that, we'll start giving out the awards. And it was really close. I'll post the scores up by the posters right after this, so you can kind of see where everybody lined up. But we'll start with the Beef Carcass Index. So the Beef Carcass Index is a formula that tries to take into account kind of the carcass composition of the animal, the carcass weight, yield grade, ribeye area, and creates basically an adjusted yield grade score. So the lowest score of that would be what's considered the best score. So first place in Beef Carcass Index was Isaac Lorenz. In second place in the Beef Carcass Index was Sienna Sterner. Yep, give him a round of applause. So the second award we'll give away is average daily gain. And, you know, most of these kids probably would have put these calves on feed last fall, went through the winter, fed them through the spring and summer, and we've had a tremendous, you know, year to feed cattle. And the gains definitely show that. I think we had, I think there were 9 or 10 that gained over 4 pounds. And there's a few head that actually gained a little bit over 5 pounds. So just a tremendous amount, you know, job feeding the cattle. So first place in average daily gain was Cora Rosentrader. And second place in average daily gain was Quinn Rosentrader. All right, so the next award is formula basis return. So basically, This is a calculation that takes the carcass weight of the animal they were paid in the meat, and then adjust that for the yield of the animal to come up with an adjusted live weight. So basically rewarding and looks at the formula. So one, higher yielding cattle going to have a higher live return when it's adjusted. But the second piece is these cattle are ran through a grid. So, you know, the packer is going to pay premiums for things like prime, choice, CAB, and they're going to discount things like, you know, yield grade 4s, cattle that are carrying too much condition. So this is a kind of a metric of the carcass composition and the weight and the yield of the animal. So first place in the formula-based return was Carter McIntyre. And second place in the formula basis return was Quinn Rosentrader. All right, now I'll turn it over to Rodney to get out the interviews for senior and junior interviews. Oh, that'll work. Okay. Yep, I'll announce them, and Rodney will give them out. So interview in the senior division champion goes to Jenna Bartok. And second place in the senior interview goes to Zach Longfellow. All right, for the juniors, the champion interview goes to Quinn Rosentrader. Okay, before we kind of hand out the overall awards, after everybody we're done, and please go over here. We're going to get a group picture, and then also have your parents stop by and see Liz or Sophie. We have some additional prizes for you guys, some chairs and coolers, so make sure you get those before you leave. I'm going to start with the reserve champion overall. Reserve. Yeah, I forgot the reserve champion junior interview. Goes to Olivia Ostrand. All right, so now we'll do the overall champions. So the reserve overall champion goes to Kazan Kaufman-Smith. And the overall champion goes to Quinn Rosentrader. No, just remember, let's go get pictures. And great job, everyone. Looking forward to next year.
Yes, let's give them a great round of applause. That's a very impressive group of Custer County 4-H'ers out here that will be raising beef wherever they decide to live once they graduate. And again, thank you to Abram Babcock and Adams Land and Cattle for helping us out, and also to Lamb Feed Yard as well. So thank you, everyone.
Okay, they're now going to go on break for a little while to get ready for beef fitting and showing. So that's coming your way here shortly. We'll step away and bring it to you when we return. All right, welcome back, everybody. The beef fitting and showing contest just got underway. So we'll give you some images of that as these kids work together on teams, emulating what they do to prepare their cattle to be shown. The judge is judging several different things, obviously the final product, but also judging their ability to work together, how well they balance their tasks. How well they each contribute to the preparation of the cattle. The flow of their workstation, and obviously the quality of the work as well. We've got 7 total groups out here. Great teamwork and collaboration being shown. Beef fitting and showing contest. Always fun to see how these groups work together in the show ring. Normally all of this hustle and bustle goes on early in the morning preparing for their shows. Judge looking at how they work together, the quality of their work, how well they move together, and then obviously the final product as well. One of my favorite events here at the Custer County Fair each year. 7 groups competing here today. While we're letting Cadence go around with the camera and give you some pictures here, I'll just go ahead and, for those of you joining us, I'll recap the Stocker Feeder Show and the Breeding Heifer shows. Why not? We've got the time here while these kids are working together as a part of the show in front of us. So let me get my sheet out here and we will recap. We started with Stocker Feeder Showmanship Senior this morning. Caden Goodman, the champion. Reserve champion, Brennan Barron. In junior stocker feeder showmanship, Hayes Barron was the champion, Parker Miller the reserve champion. We then went to stocker feeder steers. Hayes Barron had the champion, Brennan Barron the reserve champion. Next we move to heifers, 2 groups there, and coming out of those two groups, Hayes Barron was the champion, Caden Goodman the reserve champion. And then best of 3 stocker feeders went to Brennan Barron. We then moved to the 4-H breeding heifer show. Starting with Black Angus heifers, Cohen Dalrymple and Braxton Reinierson were the champion and reserve champion respectively. In Charlotte yearling heifers, Jack Bartok was the champion, Macy Seta the reserve champion. Commercial heifers, Cohen Dalrymple another championship, Macy Smith was the reserve champion. Hereford and Polled Hereford champion was Kirby Vider. Shorthorn yearling heifers, Shorthorn heifer champion was Trip Oxford. Champion in Maine Anjou heifers, Olivia Ostrand. Caden Goodman was the reserve champion. And then you went to overall grand champion. Both of them were out of that Black Angus group from earlier. Cohen Dalrymple, the grand champion. Reserve grand champion, Braxton Reinierson, also with that Black Angus. And then group of 3 was Callie Nelson as the champion. Braxton Ostrand was the reserve champion. And that brings us to the fitting and showing, which you are seeing in front of you right this very moment. Great collaboration between these kids, working well together. Lots of work head to toe. Okay, they've made the 5-minute warning announcement. So 5 minutes away from these kids having to have their animals out and ready to show. They're starting to get them ready to take out. See the halters going on. Final changes being made. A little bit of extra fluff on those tails. The scramble is on. For judges talk about having a tidy work area as well. They're looking at a little bit of everything when they're considering this competition because it can be so tight. Judges talk about who just looks like they're having a good time while they're also working hard. This team even going as far as to make sure they brush off their jeans to look their best as a showman before going out and completing the competition. Putting the caps on all of their cans, putting them all in the bucket, loading everything into the wagon. And I think our official last countdown is coming up here soon.
1 minute, 1 minute.
Okay. 60 seconds out. We're hearing some last minute advice from the crowd, reminding them to put their number on the back of the person showing their animal. All right, combs and clippers away. And now it's time to see the results of their efforts and to hear from the judge. I've not noticed in the past, I've always been down on the camera, on the remote camera side of things, where Cadence is. But I've not noticed the effort from teams before to put the caps on their cans and load up their wagons and things like that. That could be a differentiating thing between these groups. It's very interesting to me. Some of them have their combs and cans and things laying out. Others have everything in their buckets and their wagons. It's very interesting. We'll see what all the judge talks about.
Just a reminder, if you're looking to run some of your beef, sheep, or swine in the auction, it needs to be registered by 2 p.m. on 9/20.
All right, and I think we'll hear from our judge here shortly. She's making some final notes here.
We'd like to, as the judge kind of finalizes the showmanship portion of this, we'd like to thank our sponsors of the fitting and grooming contest. We'd like to thank those who sponsored the halters, Vet Care, Chase Kristen Memorial, High Street Insurance and Financial Services Broken Bow, Rice Vet Services of Broken Bow. We'd also like to thank those who provided feed straps, Stalwar Farms, and we'd also like to thank those who provided Scotch cones for second team. That's Brett and Michelle Miller, Shirley's Sky Agency, and Helmont Shorehorns.
All right, the judge has microphone in hand. See what she has to say.
Well, we get out here for your fitting contest today, and I think it's really cool that you guys get to do this at your county fair, and it's also neat that your county fair is still a full fit show. I think we've kind of lost the art of learning that, and this is a great opportunity for you guys to get out here and practice and just work together as a team. It's a pretty short time that you get, right? So there's a lot of just prioritizing what's important, getting legs pulled quickly, and then just carving some lines to make get angles to look right. I think there was specifically 2 teams who probably did the best job of getting cattle, getting legs pulled quickly and then just putting some lines in those legs so they still look sound and get that corrected. I will applaud all of the teams out here. You guys did a great job of working together, whether it was a younger team that just was working body hair a lot, maybe not fitting quite as much, to some other mixed age teams that were just helping out their younger members. Really cool to see that and see you work together, right? There's a lot of different kinds of cattle. Some of them are hairy, some of them aren't. Some of them have a little more to work with than others. So you kind of just got to make do with what you have. But I still took that in account and don't think I was just sorting them off hair or not hair, and just what you could do with that as well. With that being said, I'll go out and select your grand in reserve, but let's give all these teams a really nice round of applause.
All right. So first, your grand champion team will follow the judge. This team right here. Looks like the Barons and the Smiths on that team. The reserve champion team right there. Let me look at the program, see if I can determine who those teams were for you. They just list them in one big long list. Nope, they don't have their names next to them, so we'll have to find out what the club is that they are representing. While we do have a moment, want to thank our a couple more of our Purple Ribbon sponsors. Sargent Irrigation, with 9 locations in Nebraska and Iowa. They're proud to serve your well drilling and pumping needs. You can find them online or on Facebook. They're proud of all the participants who worked so hard towards fair. Thank you as well to Central Nebraska Diesel. Ranke is built durable and reliable. High-strength steel, superior engineering, and an industry-leading 10-year warranty on gearboxes. Contact Colton and find out for yourself at Central Nebraska Diesel. All right, I think we've got a break ahead of ourselves here. It is currently 11:52. I think, let me look at my full schedule here. I think this is setting up to be a yeah, they're going to have to reset the entire show ring. They're going to have to take down all kinds of stuff and get ready for dairy cattle on one side and the goat show on the other side. So we'll kind of set up a dual camera setup to bring that to you. And that will all start at 1 o'clock. So we'll wait for this announcement right now. See who the fitting and showing was won by. And then we'll go on break until 1 o'clock. We'll keep the stream going, though, so that we can keep one consistent stream replay for everyone to check out on our YouTube channel in the future. So we'll have a listen here in just a second. While we wait on that announcement, I want to thank all of our Purple Ribbon sponsors, Trotter Service and Fertilizer, the Custer County Ag Society, Justin Thompson Agency, and American Family Insurance, Nebraska State Bank, Healing Hearts and Families, Sargent Irrigation, Central Nebraska Diesel, Custer Public Power District, Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers, Pioneer Seed, Full Circle Irrigation, Lines Appliance, Big Jim's Bar of Oconto, Farm Bureau Financial Services, and Agribest Feeds of Callaway. Again, just waiting on that announcement. And I might have to pass that along to you later. We've got some equipment. We've got to get off one of the rails down there. So I think we're just going to step away for a moment, and I will talk to you later. Okay, folks, welcome back. On your screen, you are seeing junior showmanship for dairy. Livia Foken, Pearl Williams, and Sophia Williams all out there. Here pretty soon we'll have our typical double camera setup. Keeping an eye on goats as well. It's looking like they're on their way to a 1 o'clock sharp start. Just a few minutes away from that. They're going to start with showmanship. Got 3 senior goat showmen, a bunch of juniors, and then 3 pre-juniors. So plenty of future showmen for goats coming up through the ranks. Again, out there for junior showmanship. These kids are 8 to 11 years of age and older as of January 1st. Livia Foken and Pearl and Sophia Williams. Talking to the judge. Judge is Taylor Koch.
meat goat and dairy goat, 4-H and FFA. Today we're going to start with our couple of FFA pieces here and then get them change outfits. Showmanship for FFA, we have Kaylin Wittune and Olivia Doggett from Callaway. Our judge today for the goats is Bailey Heinrichs. She's from Blue Hill, grew up in the 4-H area, 4-H things, showing cattle and swine, showed cattle on the state and national level, attended college at Nebraska College of Technical Agriculture, UNSTA in my time. While there, she was on the judging team and was fortunate enough to be in the top 10 for numerous contests. She is currently on a farm with her family and raise Charolais cattle. Welcome, Bailey.
All right, so you heard a little bit about the goat judge there. And they're doing FFA goats right now. You heard the two names out there. An FFA goat program was not available when I was down on the ground, so you do just have two showmen. So might not have a very long FFA goat show to get things started.
Into the showmanship with the FFA goats out here. These young ladies are both doing a really nice job. Throughout the day during showmanship, I'm just going to talk to each kid individually and go through it, things that they're doing well and things they can improve upon with them. But I'll go out and I'll shake the hand of your champion in reserve. But let's give both these girls a round of applause. They're doing a great job.
All right, so that was FFA showmanship. Let's give you a look back over here on the dairy side. They're in junior showmanship.
Just a reminder, if you're planning on selling or market beef, sheep, or swine at the auction, it needs to be registered online within the next hour.
Class now are the meat goats, Olivia Doggett with 2 animals, and Kaylin Wittune.
Like we're going to hear from our dairy judge and Junior showmanship.
All right, let's give this group junior showmanship a round of applause, please. I'm going to start the class with this young lady's heifer calf here in first. She had more control over her calf, which there is an obvious size difference, but her attention to the judge and setting up on demand was awesome. We talked a little bit about things she can change, maybe getting those front feet a little more square at different times. And second is going to be this young lady with the lighter jersey. We talked about a couple things that we could change. She's done an awesome job working with the different things that I have her change. And in third place, we're going to round out the class. Her cow didn't want to cooperate as much as the other gals' cows today, but certainly a bright future for everybody, and keep working on those changes that I had you do. Congratulations.
All right, so if I saw correctly there, Livia Fokin, the champion in junior showmanship, reserve champion Pearl Williams.
Congratulations to your junior showman champion, Livia Fokin. Today's banner was sponsored by the Tom Owen family. And your reserve showman went to Pearl Williams, and receiving a purple was Sophia Williams.
All right, so they're on FFA Meat Goats on your screen right now as we continue this two-camera dance.
Moving on to our next class, we will have Holstein Spring Heifer calves.
A nice class here in the entire division. I guess at the markets out here, but the young ladies have brought us three really nice critters out here. I'm going to go ahead and start with the kind of spotted up wether along the rail. I think when you get your hands on him, this one just handles with the most amount of muscle over the top of his rack. He's still really fresh. He's maybe not the biggest one out here, but I think in terms of quality, this one's the best. I like the way he's put together. I think he's one that's really good when you study him at the ground, at the angle of his hock. He blends everything together and gives you just a really nice look from the size, and is the stoutest featured one out here, so I like that one quite a lot. He'll be your champion meat goat here in the FFA show. From there, the reserve's going to be the other wether, and it comes down to when you get your hands on him, I think he handles with just a little bit more shape right there out of the top side of his shoulder. He's fresh enough today. Certainly one that's ready to hang a carcass. He's done a nice job of feeding this one. In comparison to the one that's going to win, he maybe just gets a little bit plainer made in the way he ties everything together. He maybe just doesn't have as much of a neat kind of show ring type of look to him, but a good practical wether there for reserve. The doe that's going to be third and round out this class is one that I like a lot just in terms of practicality. I think she's super functional in her build. I like the way she gets out and goes. For me, I think she's one that just gives up a little bit of muscle shape. I still like her in terms of her rib cage and center body and dimension. Just needs a little bit more muscle to compete with those two wethers, but a really nice class of them. Let's go ahead and give the FFA exhibitors a round of applause.
The remaining class of FFA goats will be breeding doe with Olivia Doggett. As soon as you change animals, she'll be right back in.
A single entry here in the breeding doe division. The young lady brings us a nice one. I like the angularity of this one. I think she's really good about her shoulder and the way she ties her head, neck, and shoulder in together. She gives you a nice look from the side. She's really smooth and well balanced. If I'm going to critique her, she's maybe just a little bit flat in terms of muscle shape, but I think one that's really useful and really practical. She's doing a great job of showing her. Let's give her a round of applause.
That concludes our FFA show. We will move right into 4-H show. As soon as the children get outfit changes over into their 4-H. Up first, we will have
Okay, so let's check in on dairy. Again, going on right here is spring heifer calves. Olivia Foken out there.
Single entry in this spring heifer calf class, and certainly an individual who can handle a little bit more competition. You appreciate her angularity over her top and her length from tail head to muzzle. Also like her height at the point of withers. Something we'd like to change a little bit about her is make her a little more cleaner throughout her head and neck, and maybe lengthen her a little bit more, and give her a little bit better set of rear feet and legs, get them set a little bit farther underneath her body. But other than that, a really nice heifer for this young lady. Congratulations.
All right, so Olivia will have the next entry as well.
Receiving
we'll
a
check
purple
in
ribbon
just
is
a moment.
Olivia Foken.
She got a purple for that.
Moving on to our next class, we have Ayrshire Spring Heifer Calves.
In the goat ring, you're looking at 4-H senior goat showmanship. Kids are age 14 and older as of January 1st. Callie Harris, Taylor Shaw, and Kellen Wittoon out there. Let's check in on how Olivia's doing over here.
Another single entry for this spring Ayrshire heifer class. For the breed, she's a phenomenal young heifer. You appreciate her cleanliness of bone, her angularity over her top, the way she tracks on those rear feet and legs. You would like to change a little bit of her, make her a little bit more depth and width to her rib, but other than that, a nice heifer. Congratulations.
Back over to the goat side. Again, this is senior
Receiving a
showmanship.
purple ribbon is Livia Fokin. We will now have the selection of our junior dairy animals. So entering the ring, we will have Livia Fokin with her Holstein Spring Heifer and Livia Fokin with her Ayrshire Spring Heifer.
Check back in. As you heard there, Livia Fokin with both entries here.
So we start into the 4-H show here. We have the senior showmen. All three of these young ladies are doing a nice job. We went around and talked with each one. I think unfortunately today kind of each one of the goats is creating problems of some sort for each one of them, and sometimes that's just the way it is. Goats aren't always the most cooperative creatures you can find, but I think they're doing a nice job. The longer they're in here, I think each one's kind of settling in, maybe just handling things a little bit better. When they are able to get them set, I think there's one that maybe just really focuses on getting those legs just right or as close as possible and really gets a good brace on that animal, but they're all doing a great job. I'll go ahead and I'll pick a champion reserve, but let's put our hands together for them.
We'll see who the champion is. It'll be Taylor Shaw.
Next in the ring for the goats will be junior showmanship. Mason Brimmerwald, Leah Cox, Brecken Doggett, Olivia Doggett, Joy Jacobson, Addie Jones, Cora Rosentrader, Quinn Rosentrader, and Carson Shaw.
These two spring calves came back for our junior champion drive. Two heifers that are certainly great in their own right and in their own breed. You got to take a little consideration into the scorecard when you look at these heifers. The main difference between the two, for me, is their feet and legs. But that is not enough to change my placing for today. So your red and white Holstein is going to be your grand champion, and your Ayrshire is going to be your reserve today. This red and white Holstein, she just carries more size, shape, and cleanliness throughout. She's longer from nose to switch, and she carries that uphill run a little better than our Ayrshire coming in second. I do grant that this Ayrshire coming in reserve tracks a little better in her rear feet and legs, but that's not enough to merit her a higher placing in the class today. But see how they age, and they might change. Congratulations.
Your junior champion goes to Livia Fokin, and your reserve junior champion goes to Livia Fokin as well. Today's junior champion and reserve champion banners were sponsored by Dairy Herd Improvement Association.
We haven't heard announced the She Shook.
Moving on, our next class, we will have Jersey 4-year-olds.
She shook hands so fast over on the goat side that I didn't get to see whose hand she shook to be reserve champion in senior showmanship, and they have not announced it. So we will wait.
Appreciate this cow and how she is angular over her top and has that uphill run. She's got depth and width to her fore and rear rib. Something you'd like to change a little bit on her is make that rear udder attachment a little bit higher and maybe even out those quarters in the rear, as one tends to be a little bit lighter. But other than that, a good project for this young lady. Congratulations.
Receiving a purple ribbon, we have Pearl Williams. Next, we will have our Jersey 5-year-old cow Cass.
Single entry in our 5-year-old cow class. She's a nice looking cow. It carries a little bit extra condition for being just fresh in May. Would like to see a little bit tighter fore udder attachment, but she's certainly got that strength in her front end. I appreciate her blending of her shoulder from the shoulder blade to her body, and has more capacity to her udder. Congratulations.
Receiving a purple ribbon, we have Sophia Williams. So now we will have the selection of our overall dairy animal. Entering the ring, we have Livia Foken with her Holstein Spring Heifer and Livia Foken with her Ayrshire Spring Heifer. And then we have Pearl Williams with her 4-year-old and Sophia Williams with her 5-year-old.
A good group here as we get into the junior division. Obviously the biggest amount of kids out here, and I think they're all doing a really nice job. Again, went and talked with each one. They're pulled in no apparent order. I just like a chance to talk with each one. It kind of comes down to some personal preferences, but I think just really paying attention to detail, making sure you give yourself some space in the ring, which can be a little challenging in a smaller ring, but I think these guys have done a great job as far as leaving me room to walk in and amongst them if I so choose. They're doing a great job as far as eye contact intensity. There's maybe a couple of them that just get a little bit more aggressive as far as getting that animal set and just really making sure they know where the legs need to be for that particular animal, working at getting a brace on them. So like I said, they're all doing a really great job. I'll go out and I'll make a selection for champion and reserve, but let's give them a round of applause.
Okay, so I did find out who the reserve champion was, thanks to Cadence's work. That was Kellen Wittoon. Brecken Doggett, your champion in junior showmanship.
Registered and post indigenous.
And reserve,
Junior showmanship spans.
Carson Shaw.
The senior one was also sponsored by the Sykes family.
Let's give these 4 young ladies a round of applause for bringing out their projects today. For your grand drive, I'm going to end it along with these 2 heifers at the front, and then this young lady's lighter color 4-year-old jersey as honorable mention. You can't go wrong with these 2 heifers. They're the picture of dairy. Granted, they don't have those extra 40 points in udder, but give them a couple years, and I think they'll do great. Just my opinion for today, but we're going to go ahead with this young lady's red and white spring heifer, and then the Ayrshire reserve, and yours is honorable mention. Congratulations.
And the ring for goats is the pre-junior showmanship. So I hope these children have watched the last 2 classes to see some little pointers that the older kids have done. Finley Jones, Ava Rosentrader, and Baron Rosentrader.
Congratulations to our grand champion overall animal, Livia Foken, and our reserve champion overall animal also went to Livia Foken. Today's champion banner was sponsored by Wood River Dairy, and the reserve banner was sponsored by Agland ATV.
The banner for the pre-junior showmanship goats is sponsored by in memory of Peggy Carda.
And it seems they're not going to announce who the champions and reserve champions are on the goat side, which is scary because that means it depends on my eyes seeing back tags if I'm not completely positive on the name of the people showing. So just wanted to give you that warning. And the dairy show has wrapped up, it seems. Congratulations again to Livia Foken, overall grand champion and overall reserve champion over there on the dairy side.
Here in the pre-junior showmanship, again, some goats that maybe don't want to just cooperate just perfect for them, but these kids are doing a good job at working with it. I think there's a couple out here that maybe just have the opportunity to get their goats set up just a little bit better, a little bit quicker and more efficiently. So we'll look forward to seeing all of them come back out and continue to show their goats throughout the day. But with that, I'll go ahead and I'll get a champion reserve here in this division, but let's give them a round of applause.
Okay, so Baron Rosentrader, the champion, Ava Rosentrader, the reserve. will now determine an overall and an overall reserve showman. So we'll bring out the top senior, junior, and pre-junior to compete against each other.
Entering the goat showmanship class now will be the overall goat showman. 2 seniors, 2 juniors, 2 pre-juniors.
A great group back out here for your overall champion and reserve showman. All these kids are doing a really nice job. I think today it's kind of coming down to how the team's working. I think there's some differences in the cooperation with the goats and the kids today. And some days are just like that. I think there's a couple out here that the goats are just pretty in tune with what they're wanting them to do today, and that's making their life a little bit easier, making them easier to show off. But all these kids are doing a nice job. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause, and we'll pick a champion and reserve.
So coming out of the junior goat showmanship, Brecken Doggett was the champion junior showman, and Brecken is also now the overall grand champion showman. Carson Shaw right behind her. Congratulations to those two. Dairy goat classes up next. Finley Jones with 2 entries in 8 months to a year, and then 2 entries, one from Avery Williams and one from Garrett Williams in 1 to 2 year non-milking does. That is what is next.
In the ring now for goats is the dairy, with Finley Jones having 2 animals.
nice pair of the goats as we get into the dairy show. They inform me that they are twins, so that makes sense why they're pretty similar in type and kind and the way they're built. I'm going to go ahead and start with the black goat. I think she's one that's just a little bit more angular in her shoulder. I think she's a little bit more youthful and feminine about her head and her neck. She's maybe just a little bit bolder through the center portion of her rib cage. Both of them are really good if you study them in terms of structure. I appreciate that about them. I like the length of spine, a lot of the kind of white spotted one as well, but a nice pair of them. Let's give them a round of applause.
Up next in the goat ring will be under 2 years old non-milking does, Avery Williams and Garrett Williams.
A nice pair of does here into this class. I'm going to go ahead and start with this solid brown doe to start off with. I think she's the one that's the most level in her top. I think she blends everything together just a little bit better. She gives you just a nicer look from the side. And structurally, I think she's one that's just a little bit better in terms of hoof shape and structure at the ground. I like the dimension of this one. I think she's good. I would progress her when she gets into milking. I think she's one that just maybe has a little bit better structure to her. The painted up doe that's going to be second, I think one that just would like to rebuild her out of her hip just a little bit. I think she gets shorter hips. She kind of wants to round out and down to the ground. She's maybe just not quite as long spined as the one behind her, but a nice one there as well. So congratulations to them.
So Avery Williams first out of that group, Garrett Williams second.
We have Junior Gary right now. Them two and the two. Yeah, this will be the junior dairy champion. Want to bring the other two little ones in? They're on their way. There's two.
So out there, Finley Jones with 2 entries, and then Avery Williams and Garrett Williams from that last group.
A nice group of them out here for this particular division. I think obviously some difference in breed characteristics. I guess the one that kind of suits my fancy a little bit more is the solid brown doe. She'll be your champion in this division. Again, I like the length of spine of this one. I think she's really level made and she's still got some center body and dimension. Just a really nice goat there. And reserve, I'm going to go ahead and use the black spotted one to be reserve. I think, again, she's one that has a lot of capacity through the center portion of her rib cage. I like the balance of this one. I think she's really good about her, the way her head, neck, and shoulder all tied together, but a nice drive of them out here. Let's give them a round of applause.
So Avery Williams, first place junior dairy doe. Second place goes to Finley Jones.
And then we have senior dairy goats with Addie Jones and Finley Jones with the older goats.
One group of senior dairy does, Addie Jones and Finley Jones coming out.
Just a reminder, if you're planning on selling your bucket beef, sheep, or swine in the auction, you have 15 minutes to get them registered online. It closes at 2 p.m. here.
There's Addie and Finley. After this, junior herd dairy goats, one entry from Finley Jones. Mother-daughter dairy goats, Finley Jones, one entry. And then we get into meat goats. While we have a moment, let's thank a couple of our Purple Ribbon sponsors. Trotter Service and Trotter Fertilizer in Broken Bow want to thank everyone for their business at all of their surrounding locations. Whether you're visiting Trotter Service, Trotter Fertilizer, or one of the many Trotters Wool and Goes, they've enjoyed serving you in central Nebraska since 1962. Thank you as well to the Custer County Ag Society. They want to encourage you to look at the calendar of events for the Custer County Fairgrounds through the year at custercountyfair.org.
As you start to study them in terms of udder, that maybe kind of places this class a little bit. I think the kind of spotted up, blue painted one there that starts the class is one that's just a little bit fuller. I would assume she's a little bit higher producing type of doe. I think both of them are very good in terms of teat size and placement, very appropriate. I just like that one just a little bit better to start off with, but a nice pair of them. The black doe that's going to be second maybe just isn't quite as full, doesn't quite produce quite as hard as that one to start off with, but congratulations on a nice pair of does.
The final class of the dairy goat show will be the overall dairy, the 2 juniors and the 2 seniors with each other. The overall and overall.
Okay, that's what's happening now. The Avery Williams.
The banners for the overall dairy goat.
Avery Williams and Addie Jones, the champions, are first place in junior and senior respectively, and then Finley Jones had the second place in both of those groups.
And if she pulls one of those off, I bet you it would be the mother-daughter. Then we'll do the overall dairy.
Okay, so they changed things up. This is the
Just one
junior
entry
herd.
here in the junior herd, and the young man's brought us some nice goats all day. He's gotten all purple ribbons, so we'll go ahead and do a purple ribbon again. A lot of uniformity there, so congratulations to him.
And then you're going to do overall. So we took one out, so now we have the mother-daughter, and actually the older doe that was out here, there's a set of twins, so they're technically both her daughters, but we left one of them in here. Again, she's producing well. She's done a nice job all day. There'll be a purple ribbon here as well.
All right. Finley Jones again with mother-daughter dairy goat purple ribbon. Now I believe is when we will do overall champion dairy doe.
So we should have 4 head in here. The first one will be Avery Williams with his bigger brown doe, tag 0014. Finley Jones with his 3924. And then both Addie Jones and Finley Jones's older milking does. Is that the 2924?
As we get these back out here, nice lineup in the dairy goat show. I think 4 good individuals at this point in life. I think there's one that's maybe obviously into milk production, so I think you can see the value added there to her. I'm going to go ahead and start with her. I think she's going to, I think she's just the best in terms of her actual udder, teat size, and placement. I appreciate that about her. She's obviously done a nice job. She's raised some babies on her own, and then they're still in production on her. So congratulations, she'll be your champion. And maybe gets a little bit tougher for a reserve. I think there's one out here that I just really like the angularity about her, and that's going to be the young man's brown doe from that first division. So he'll be reserved. Let's put our hands together for them.
So Addie Jones overall champion Dairy Doe, overall reserve champion Dairy Doe Avery Williams.
Next up will be our meat goat market doe class with Callie Harris. Will be the first one up. And this is our doe category.
Thank you to Justin Thompson Agency and American Family Insurance. Whether you're protecting your home, vehicles, farm, business, or your family's future, the team at Justin Thompson Agency and American Family Insurance is here to help find the protection that fits your needs with local service you can count on. They're proud to support the Custer County Fair and wish all the exhibitors, families, and fairgoers a safe and successful week.
We should just have one competitor in here, Callie Harris.
Thank you as well to Nebraska State Bank, proud to be your local bank, serving the area since 1918 with 4 convenient locations in Callaway, Myrna, and Broken Bow. They have your financial service needs covered. Stop by any location today to get set up with free checking for your personal or business needs. And thank you to Healing Hearts and Families, where they work to educate the public by implementing a variety of outreach activities and public education programs to increase awareness of domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, and bullying. Listen for information about how to donate to and attend their upcoming gala this fall.
Meat goats. The young lady brings us a really nice doe. I like the build of this one. I think she's really good and functional about her structure. She gives you a nice look from the side. She's still got plenty of rib shape and dimension to her. She maybe gets a little bit flat right out of the top side of her blade there, but a really nice one. We'll see her back out here in a little while.
Next up is our market doe class for 68 to 75 pounds. We're going to see Olivia Doggett, Baron Rosentrader, Brecken Doggett, and Ava Rosentrader.
A nice class of the does out here in the market show. I'm going to go ahead and start with the young ladies along the rail. I think when you get your hands on them, this one just handles with the most amount of freshness and firmness. I think she's the biggest across the top side of her loin there. I like the look of this one a lot. I think she balances up really well, gives you just a really nice look from the side. She's smooth. She's just really neat in her design, a nice place to start the class off with. The goat that follows her the most in terms of just type and kind of a look is the one that's going to come second. I like this goat a lot. I think if you want to talk about one that's really big and robust through the center portion of her rib cage, this is the one right there. She's maybe one that from a market standpoint is just not quite as fresh and firm as that one that's going to stand up in front of her, but I like the width of this one quite a lot as well. The black doe that comes third, I like her as well, and she honestly handles very fresh and very firm. I think she's one that just gets a little bit more plain in her design. She's maybe a little bit heavier there at the base of her chest floor, just kind of like to level her out just a little bit in terms of her top side, but I think a really nice one in the third hole as well. And the young man's doe that rounds out the class is really tall fronted. She's long necked. I appreciate that about her. For me today in this particular class, she just happens to be the lightest muscled one, but he's done a nice job with her as well, so congratulations to them.
Our next class is our heaviest class, 100 pounds and over market does. We're going to see one competitor, Ava Rosentrader with her doe, and then we will bring back for our champion market does.
All right, as you heard there, Ava Rosentrader out there right now, and then single entry, and then we'll have our champion and reserve champion market doe named. One singular pre-market weather is going to be your champion. That's Callie Harris before we get into market weathers.
A single entry here into our bigger doe class. The young lady brings us one that I like a lot just in terms of the length of side. She's really long neck. She ties her neck and shoulder together really, really well. I think she's one that obviously is carrying a little bit more weight, but she is a bigger frame doe than what we've seen today. If you're going to critique her from a market standpoint, she's maybe a little bit past due in terms of being at 12 o'clock today, but I think one that has a lot of shape to her, so a nice doe, and we'll see her back out here.
Next up is our champion class, so that'll be bringing back 1 and 2 from our previous 3.
So that would be Callie Harris with a single entry, Ava Rosentrader obviously with a single entry, and then Olivia Doggett and Brecken Doggett from that second class that had 4 entries. Here they are.
A nice lineup out here in the doe division. The young lady's doe that wins that first class is one that's so youthful about her head and her neck. She's so fresh today. Obviously, she's one that just needs a little bit more growth on her, but I think she's one that's really good in her design. I like the functionality about her structure. Nice doe there. As you compare, she maybe gets a little bit flatter muscled in comparison to the couple standing behind her, but a nice one there. The doe that wins that second class is one that's easily the best in terms of handle. As you get your hands on them, I think she's the freshest and the firmest. She's the biggest over the top side of her rack there, and then gives you a killer look from the side, so I like her quite a lot. And then the second place from that particular class really follows her in type and kind, maybe one that's just a little bit more fancy about her head and her neck. I think one that just gives you a really neat look from the side. As we talk to her, she's maybe one that's just a nickel softer as across the top of her spine there in comparison to the one that won the class. And then the big doe there, I'd like to freshen her up and give her just a shot more freshness to her today. She's getting a little bit soft. I think she's carrying a little extra cover from just a market and cutability standpoint, but a really nice looking doe there. So I'll go out and I'll pick a champion and reserve, but let's put our hands together for the market does.
So first and second for champion and reserve champion both looked like they came out of that second group that had the most competition. So congratulations to those two. Olivia Doggett champion, reserve champion Brecken Doggett.
And that concludes the doe portion of the show. We're going to be moving into our weather portion now, starting with our pre-market weathers with Callie Harris. The following class after our pre-market weathers are going to be our market weathers from 59 to 67. So this class is Callie Harris. Following this will be Carson Shaw, Mason Beamerwold, Callie Harris, and Olivia Doggett.
A single entry here as we get into the weather show, and the young lady brings us a pre-market one. He just needs a little bit more time on feed, but I think the design of this one's really good. I like him for his structure a lot. I think he's really good in terms of his hock and the way he gets into his pasture, and he's plenty soft there, but still upright enough to get out and move extremely well. He gives you a nice look from the side. He's really youthful about his head and his neck. Just needs a little bit more time to keep growing and maturing, but she's done a nice job with him.
All right, so that single entry will leave as champion, Callie Harris. Market weathers up next.
Next up is our market weathers, 59 to 67 pounds. Carson Shaw, Mason Beamerwold, Callie Harris.
5 groups of market weathers, starting with this group as small as 59 pounds, and then we go up over 90 pounds in our final group. We'll determine the champion, and then we'll have an overall grand champion market. And then we get into meat goats. Breeding does, market goat, bred and born. And that'll wrap things up. And they'll close things out with having some fun with the best dressed kid or goat competition. They always have fun with that. Thank you to Sargent Irrigation with 9 locations in Nebraska and Iowa. They are proud to serve your well drilling and pumping needs. Find them online or on Facebook. They're proud of all the participants who worked so hard towards fair. And thank you to Central Nebraska Diesel. Ranky is built durable and reliable, high-strength steel, superior engineering, and an industry-leading 10-year warranty on gearboxes. Contact Colton and find out for yourself. That's Central Nebraska Diesel. And thank you to Custer Public Power District, keeping your lights shining bright. Nebraska is still the only state in the U.S. served by 100% public power. They're locally owned and governed by you, Custer Public Power District.
nice class of the Weathers out here. The young lady along the rail wins this class and honestly does so pretty easily in my mind. I love the width and dimension of this one. You study him at the base of his skeleton and in through his chest floor, and he's so wide and pulled apart and opened up. And then you get in behind him and study him over the top side, and he's really big across his loin. He handles really, really nicely, gives you a nice look from the side. Just a really good one to start the class off with. The kind of brown one that's going to come second, I think, is one, again, that's really functional about his design. He's very practical, more of a kind of commercial, maybe just doesn't have quite as much look from the side, but maybe just gets a little bit plainer at the base of his skeleton there and through his chest floor. But I think one that's very appropriate in terms of fat cover and finish. She's done a nice job of feeding this one, so I commend her for that. The one that's going to round out the class, unfortunately today, just ends up being the flattest muscled one. I love the length of stride that this one has when he gets out and goes. I can sure appreciate that, and the flexibility off of both ends of his skeleton just ends up being the flatter muscled one. We just like to stouten him up just a little bit today, but a nice class of the market Weathers.
That'll bring us forward to 68 to 76 pounds. Barron Rosentrader, Olivia Doggett, Taylor Shaw, Quinn Rosentrader, and Leah Cox.
A nice lineup of the weathers out here, and the young lady along the rail is going to start the class, and I really like this one a lot. I think he's very appropriate in terms of the fat cover amount on him, and he's really impressive when you get your hands on him. He's one that's really big racked, he's big topped, and you step in behind him, and he's still plenty wide made, really pulled apart at the base of his skeleton too, and just gives you such a neat look from the side. Just a really nice place to start the class off with. The young lady's wether that comes next, I think, is one that's really, really stout featured. I like his forearm. I think he's very expressively muscled in that form. Maybe just gets a little bit shorter sided, wants to roll out of his hip just a little bit in comparison to our class winner, but two nice purple ribbons there. As we move into the blues here, I think one that just gets a little bit plainer made. I think he's appropriate in terms of fat cover and finish, and a market readiness, just gets a little bit flatter in muscle shape, and kind of the same can be said for the brown one that's going to come next. I like the softness of that one. I think he gives you a really nice, easy feeding type of look. Again, just gets a little flatter. And the one that rounds out the class is the tallest fronted, longest sided goat. I appreciate that about him. Today, when you get your hands on him, he just doesn't fill your hand with quite as much rack shape as those above him in the class, but a nice class of them there.
Next up is our market weather, 77 to 84 pounds. That'll be Kellen Wattoon and Leah Cox. Following that class will be our market weathers, 85 to 89 pounds, with Chloe Jacobson, Baron Rosentrader, Ava Rosentrader, Leah Cox, Brecken Doggett, and Chloe Jacobson.
We have a cattle grooming brush, painted Rikers wallet, a Apple Watch, and a key with a blue fob. Can also be found in livestock office.
A nice pair of the goats here as we get into some heavier weight classes. I'm going to start with kind of the brown colored weather to start the class, and this really comes from a muscle standpoint, especially when you get your hands on him. He handles with the most amount of shape over the top of his rack. He's one that's really bold and big in terms of rib shape and dimension. He gives you a nice look when he allows her to get him set up. He's really long spined. I sure like that one quite a lot. The kind of dappled one that's really neat in color, it's going to be a blue ribbon that comes next. I think he's one that just gets a little bit flatter in muscle shape. I'd like to just see him with a little bit more width, a skeleton, a little bit more width when you step right in behind him, but I love the length of spine and just the length of neck, and with the front 1/3 on this one, so a nice pair of the weathers there.
Next up is that 85 to 89 market weather. Chloe Jacobson, Baron Rosentrader, Ava Rosentrader, Leah Cox, Brecken Doggett, and Chloe Jacobson. And then our last class is the over 90-pound market weather class with Quinn Rosentrader and Chloe Jacobson after this class.
nice group of goats here as we get into some heavier weight classes. I think all of them are pretty good in terms of just hanging a rail on the carcass today. The one that I like the best is the one along the rail, and I think he's one that's just a little bit fancier made from a show ring standpoint. I think he's just a little longer about his neck and his front 1/3. He's really good in the shape of his head. He's wide skulled. He's certainly one that's the widest made when you study him at the base of his skeleton. When you get your hands on him, I think he just handles with the most amount of mass and expression of muscle, so a nice place to start the class. The young man's whether that's going to follow him next. I like the muscle shape of this one. You study him at his forearm, and he's plenty expressively muscled. Just gets a little plainer made, just a little bit softer as you compare him to the class winner. As we move into the blue ribbons, the young lady's whether that comes next is one that's long-sided. I really like that. I think he's fresh enough. I'd just like to see him with a little bit more width right in behind the top side of his shoulder blade. And the one that follows him is very similar in terms of type and kind, really well built, good in term and functional about his structure. Certainly long-sided, just again gives up some muscle shape, maybe starting to get a little bit soft over the top side of his loin there as you compare him. The young lady that comes next with the short-eared goat, I think one that's really one that's good enough. I think as you start to study this one walk, he kind of swings his hock in just ever so slightly. I'd like him to just motor off of those rear two just a little bit squarer and truer, but certainly one that's been an easy feeding type of goat. The one that's going to round out the class is one that's really tall fronted. He's long-sided, certainly has some practicality to him from that standpoint. Just gives up some muscle shape. You study him at the base of his skeleton and stepping behind him. I'd just like to make him just a little bit more massive, but a nice class of goats there.
Okay, so Brecken Doggett with the top market weather out of that class. That brings over a double entry class, Quinn Rosentrader and Chloe Jacobson coming in with their market weathers that are over 90 pounds. We'll then bring everyone back in to determine a champion market weather, and then we will have overall grand champion market after that. Bucket calves starting to line up and get ready over on the other side of the show ring for the bucket calf parade.
A nice pair of the heavyweight weathers here. I'm going to use young lady's kind of white-bodied one to start the class. I think he's one that just carries a little bit more width and dimension to him. You get your hands on him. Both of them are plenty ready to hang a carcass on the rail. I'd maybe like to freshen and firm both of them up just a little bit today, but I think he's the one that's most adequate in terms of fat cover and finish, and she's done a nice job with him. The one that's going to end up second and a blue ribbon here is one that I like just in terms of bone and mass. I think he's one that's maybe a little bit further along in terms of maturity in comparison to some other goats we've seen today, but I like his foot size and his bone structure. Just gets a little bit flatter right in behind the top side of his shoulders. You compare the two in this particular class. A nice class of the goats there.
All right, next up is that champion market weather class. So we're going to have the top two, the champion and reserve champions from those previous market weight classes, come back. For the weather group. So for the 59 and 67 pounder, that'll be Carson Shaw and Mason Beamerwald. The 68 to 76 pounders was Taylor Shaw and Olivia Doggett. Market weather 77 to 84 pounds, Kellen Watoon and Leah Cox. And the 85 to 89 pounders, we're going to have Brecken Doggett and Baron Rosentrader come back. And then those last two we just saw in that over 90 pound class, you both are going to come back as well. So that's Quinn Rosentrader and Chloe Jacobson.
a really nice lineup of the Weathers out here. I'll talk kind of each class winner just briefly. The young ladies from that first class is one that I love the look and design of this one. I think he's so long-necked. He ties everything together really well. He balances up awfully nice. And when you got your hands on him, this one handles with plenty of freshness and firmness. Obviously, he's not to the point of being at a market ready today, but I think the quality on this one is awfully good, and I like him quite a lot. The one that wins the next class is certainly one that follows that pattern and type and kind a lot of the first class winner. I think they make an awfully nice pair out here. This one's maybe even just a little bolder and a little wider made. I think he's one that's a little bit better just in terms of how big topped he is. He's got a lot of loin and rack shape to him, a really nice one there as well. The brown goat here that's out here maybe gets a little bit plainer made about his head and his neck as you compare him to those two that stand up in front of him in classes, but I think one that's really practical in his build. I think he's good about his structure, and this one's honestly really impressive when you get your hands on him. I think he's one that kind of surprises you in just how fresh and firm he is, maybe just not quite as shapely as those two in front of him. The goat that came from the fourth class is one that, again, I like the look of this one a lot. I think he's really long-necked. He's got a lot of length and extension to him. For me, he's maybe one that's starting to push the upper limits of some fat cover and finish when you get your hands on him. He's not quite as fresh as some of the others, but a really nice one there as well. And the big goat that wins this final class is obviously one that's big framed. He's tall fronted. He's got some length of spine to him. Just starting to get a little bit soft on us today, but a really nice lineup of them. With that being said, I'll go out and I'll pick you a champion in reserve, but congratulations to the market weather exhibitors.
All right, your champion comes out of that second class, and your reserve out of the first class. Taylor Shaw, and then Carson Shaw.
We're going to have 5 competitors back in this arena. We're going to have our does and our pre-market weathers and our market weathers all competing against one another. So we're going to have our two champion does coming back in, Olivia Doggett with tag 6008 and Brecken Doggett, tag 6012, a little good sisterly competition there. Our pre-market weathers are going to be Callie Harris coming back in with tag 0022. And our market weather champions that just walked out, we're going to have those girls come back in.
All right, here we go. Overall grand champion and overall reserve champion markets happening now.
Yep, so our does are Olivia Doggett, Brecken Doggett, and then it'll be Callie Harris, and then it will be Taylor Shaw and Carson Shaw. So this is our overall meat goat competition. It's going to be our market does, market weathers, and pre-market weather all competing for the grand champion.
Really really nice lineup out here for your champion market goat. And these exhibitors have done a really nice job. They've been a competitive group all day. The doe that started and wins the doe division is certainly one that I like a lot. I think she's really good and she balances up really nicely. She's really smooth. If you want to talk about one that's really level out of her hip, she does that. She's maybe just not quite as wide and pulled apart as the two Weathers, but I think one that's got enough muscle. She's handling well. Just a really nice doe there from that division. The reserve doe, certainly one that too has some shape. I love the rib of this one. I think she's just really bold ribbed. She maybe gets a little bit shorter backed in comparison to a couple of the others that are out here, but a nice doe as well. And then the Weathers that we just came out and picked, I think we've talked them quite a bit, but I like that champion Weather a lot. I think he's built really, really good. He's so big and expressive in his forearm, and he carries that width all the way over the top side. Just really good, fresh and firm handling. And the same can be said for the other one. If you want to critique that younger one or the smaller Weather just a little bit, I think he's maybe one that gets a little bit shorter spined in comparison to a couple of the others out here, but a nice individual as well. And the pre-market Weather, again, just one that just needs a little bit more time. He's really functional about his build, and I can sure appreciate that about him. I'll go out and I'll pick you a champion reserve, but let's put our hands together for the market goat exhibitors.
Taylor Shaw, overall grand champion market. And then we'll see the reserve chosen. Carson Shaw. So Taylor and Carson Shaw again, this time in the overall champion market side of things.
So our champion overall meat goat banner was sponsored by Evans Feed Company. If we're from around here, I'm sure everybody knows Evans. Moving on out of our market classes, we're moving into our breeding classes for our meat goats. So starting with our breeding does, 1 year and older, we're going to have Kellen Watoon.
And they're getting the bucket calves ready on the other side of the show ring. There's a few over there getting ready for their, they wrapped up their interviews and now they're getting ready for their introduction to the crowd here in attendance. So that'll be happening pretty soon. We'll video stream it for you. And we're getting pretty close to being done with goats here. So that'll be over here pretty soon as well.
A single entry here in the age doe class. The young lady brings us a really nice doe. I like the look of this one a lot. I think she's good in the way she ties everything together. She's smooth. She's smooth made. I think she's one that's got some shape and muscle to her. For me, if you're going to critique her at all, I think she's one that's kind of pushing some extra fat cover today. I'd like to kind of bring her back down a little bit, but certainly a nice doe there, and she's doing a nice job with her, so congratulations to them.
Next up is our breeding doe class, less than 1 year of age. So we're going to have quite a few competitors here. We've got Brecken Doggett, Olivia Doggett, 3 goats of Cora Rosentrader, 1 for Quinn Rosentrader, Kellen Watoon, and 2 for Mason Beamerwold.
Breeding doe class, less than a year of age, as you heard. Large group coming out. Let's thank some more of our wonderful sponsors. Custer Public Power District, keeping your light shining bright. Nebraska is still the only state in the U.S. served 100% by public power. Locally owned and governed by you, Custer Public Power District. And thank you to Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers. If you're considering selling your land, now is the time. Contact April Good or John Farley with Lashley Land. Check out lashleyland.com. Thank you as well to Pioneer Seed, Monty Hermsmeyer and Sargent, Mike and Justin Bailey and Ansley, and Larry Leapart and Lacey Hopp of Anselmo, your Pioneer Seed reps in the area. Contact Monty, Mike and Justin, or Larry and Lacey to see what Pioneer can do for your fields. Thank you to Full Circle Irrigation. Contact Todd Wardine at their office in Litchfield or Broken Bow for all your irrigation parts, technology, and service needs. They are your local Valley dealer at Full Circle Irrigation. Thank you, Todd and crew, for your support.
A really nice class of the breeding does and a lot of head in here, but I think the quality is pretty good all the way through, especially in these top three that are purple ribbons. The young ladies that's going to start the class, I think she's just the one that combines the most amount of good. I think she's good about her structure. She's really neat in the angle of her shoulder. She ties everything together extremely well. She gives you a nice look from the side. She's soft-centered and big ribbed. She's not the stoutest one of these top three, but I think she has enough muscle, and I just like the functionality of her build the most. A nice place to start start the class off with. The brown goat that's going to come next, I like this doe just in terms of mass and dimension. I think she's one that's really wide made. She's big and bold in terms of the center portion of her rib cage. She's soft and plenty good there in that fashion. I think in between these next two, between 2 and 3, she just gets out and moves a little better, and I like that about her. From the standstill, this one's drop dead gorgeous. I love the look of this one. She's so youthful about her head and her neck, but when you get her into motion, I would just really like to rebuild her there on the front end. I think she's one that gets awfully straight at the point of her shoulder, and for me, she just needs to have a little bit more softness and flexibility from her knee and down into the ground, be able to take a little bit more authoritative step to go any higher today. The brown goat that comes next, one that's just really practical build. She's got a lot of muscles, or she's got a lot of rib shape. She's just a little flatter in muscle in comparison to the 3 above, but a nice one there. The next goat is one that's really long-sided. I appreciate that about her. She just maybe doesn't have as much shape and dimension to her. I'd like to just stouten her up a little bit. The young lady's goat that comes next, I think one that's really long and tall made. I think she's got plenty of length and spine. For me, she just gets a little bit flatter. As you study her in terms of her bone work, she's just a little bit more refined there. The kind of blue-headed doe next, I think one that's good and productive and youthful about her head and her neck. She's functional about her structure. Again, just gets flatter in her rib shape. I'd just like her to have a little bit more center body capacity. The two that are similar that kind of round out the class, the one that's second from the bottom of the class, I like the levelness of top of that one. I think she's one that's long spined. I like that. I think she's really functional in terms of structure, just needs a little bit more to her. And the one that rounds out the class just happens to be a little bit flatter muscled. She wants to roll out of her hip a little bit more as you compare to those goats right above her, but a really nice class of the breeding does in that particular class.
All right, so out of that class, Brecken Doggett came in first, Kellen Wittoon second, and Olivia Doggett third. Now they'll have Kellen Wittoon's 2 come out and Brecken Doggett's 1 to compete for champion.
Out here, the age doe from that first class, I like the look of this one. I think she's one that's certainly big and robust. She's got plenty of center body capacity. She's big ribs. She's certainly soft made. She gets out and moves relatively well for me. Again, as I said in class, I really would like to slim her down and kind of just bring her back out just a little bit and freshen her up. I think she's pretty excessive in terms of her fat cover today for a breeding perspective, but she gives you an awfully nice look, a good critter there from that first class. The 2 that come next, the doe that just wins the youngest class, is one that I just like a lot. I think in terms of practicality, she's really, really good. I like her build. She's really striking from a profile standpoint. You can't hardly paint a prettier picture of one. She does that all really, really well. If you're going to critique her at all, she's probably the flatter, muscled one out here of the 3, but I think she still has enough for me today. The one that's second in that particular class, as we said, ends up here because she's a little bit better in terms of her structure, especially at her shoulder and her knee and down into the ground. I like the muscle shape of this one. She's maybe just not quite as elongated through that front 1/3 as the one that wins that particular class, but a nice trio of them out here. I'll go out and I'll shake the hand of your champion in reserve, but let's give our breeding doe exhibitors a big round of applause.
Okay, so that was Brecken Doggett, the champion, and Kellen Wittoon, reserve champion.
So this is our market goat bred and born class. That means all these kids have seen these goats as itty bitty little babies because they were the ones that bred them. So they've got mom and they did the breeding, so they own mom. They made sure that breeding was done how they wanted it, and then they raised the prodigy all the way through. They've got pictures on their poster boards that kind of have some information about mom and baby and how baby ended up in the show ring here. So it's a really neat opportunity for these kids to demonstrate their abilities to start their herd and get it going, and to show the judge that they know what it takes to make a good goat that we're seeing in these arenas today. These kids all did a really great job. And just as an FYI, we've got our costume contest class coming up for these goats. So if you guys aren't starting to get dressed back there, start getting your outfits.
While we have a moment, let's thank a couple more of our sponsors. Lines Appliance offers very competitive pricing on all appliances, and they're ready to price match if you find a better deal. Don't waste your time or gas driving out of town. Support local and support those who support our community. That would be Lines Appliance, Broken Bow. Thank you to Big Jim's Bar of Oconto, known for their made-to-order pizzas that are very flavorful and friendly small-town atmosphere. They open at 5 Monday through Friday, and Saturdays and Sundays are open at 3. You can dine in or call ahead for takeout at Big Jim's Bar of Oconto.
So a new class out here for Custer County Goat Show. So these kids have raised these goats, and then they've made kind of a poster for them, kind of explaining sire, dam. They all have the birth weight listed, the birth weight, when they were born, pictures of them all. They've all done a nice job of kind of documenting their journeys from birth to get here. I think a couple of them had shown the dams of these goats, so it's kind of fun to be able to see some lineage on them and go back through all that. All these kids are doing a really nice job. The posters look nice. I think the goats look good. I'm going to kind of judge them a little bit off the goats because I think they've all done a really nice job with the poster. I think there's maybe one that's just maybe got just a shot more muscle to it, but I'll go out and I'll pick a champion in reserve. But they'll all be getting purple ribbons. Let's put our hands together for this new class.
Callie Harris and Quinn Rosentrader.
All right, we are going to take a couple-minute break. That way everybody can get settled and get in their costumes for our best dressed kid and goat. I can already see lots of neon colors over there, so I think we're going to have a very colorful arena here.
Well, I don't see We have live streamed and we have not live streamed in the past the best dressed kid or goat. I don't see the judge coming out yet for the bucket calf parade side of things, so we're kind of in limbo at the moment. I'll give it a couple minutes and see if anything comes to fruition. Otherwise, we might be done for today. There will be coverage of the bucket calf parade. Dave has done interviews with several of those kids. He is also, I think, going to be back out here and record some more. And I think possibly video coming from our intern, Cadence Feldman, as well. So hang tight, and we'll see what happens here.
I'm seeing a rather outdoorsy theme this year. They're going to do one more lap for you folks, then I'm going to hand the mic over to the judge, and she'll give it to each kid, and they can tell you what they dress their goat up as.
All right, so tell us what your theme is.
America.
America. Do you want to elaborate anymore?
I don't know.
So tell it it's America. Okay, so we got the theme, America. It's really elaborative, but for the 250th? Yeah, there we go. Yay!
Michael Jordan, basketball players.
Michael Jordan, basketball players, got the jersey even. Can your goat dribble? Well, you're not winning today then. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, what's yours?
Beach day in Hawaii.
Beach day in Hawaii. Can your goat swim? They can. Okay. Is she scared of sharks? Okay. All right, I like that outfit. Pack the sunscreen.
The new and improved Spider-Man.
The new and improved Spider-Man. How come you don't have an outfit on?
I gave it to him, or her.
You gave it to her. Okay. That was very, very kind. I like the helmet. Uh-oh. Gotta really get it. There we go. He's eating it. Oh no. All right. Sometimes even the construction workers need work, so.
My goat and I are construction workers.
Construction workers. All right. Sounds good. They think they can get a job to the east. All right. What's yours?
It's about basketball and.
Basketball. Okay. If her goat can shoot that basketball through your hoop, you guys can be the winners. But the goat has to shoot it. You can't shoot it. Okay. Watch yourself. Okay. What's yours?
A bumblebee and a flower.
Bumblebee and a flower. Your goat was perfect for this. Gosh, she's got sunglasses on even. Look at that. Okay.
Hawaiian themed.
Hawaiian themed. All right. Are you guys going to the same beach? Yeah, okay. Awesome. I think we've lost half of our outfit.
Yeah, its pants fell off.
What's yours?
We're going swimming.
Okay, so are you guys all going swimming together? Are we going different locations?
We're all going swimming.
Okay, so we need a driver goat. I don't know. Okay, so let's get the bumblebees driving. All right, that works. Okay, let's get some crowd inputs. Who thinks America wins? All right, the Michael Jordan goat. The goat of goats, one would say. All right, the Hawaiian theme. It's the new and improved Spider-Man. Our construction goat just digging out here. Yeah. Mr. Basketball. The bumblebee and the flower. Mr. Hawaii or Beach Day. And our half-dressed goat, also heading to the beach. Whew, this is a close call. You guys all did a great job. I think, honestly, I think it was the loudest for the bumblebee and the flower there. But wonderful costumes. Give them all a round of applause. Congratulations.
We will be having, right after this, we'll have a Pee-wee lead. So those little children who would like to come over and lead a goat in this arena are sure welcome to come over here. I've got a red chair down here. I and the judge will kind of go through your things. So grab a goat with a 4-H'er, and then they will help you show your goat in here. Yes, you might want to undress them, but I don't know.
Okay. So I'm not seeing too much movement going on over by the bucket calf show area, and it looks like all the bucket calves have been over there for quite some time. Haven't seen the judge come out. Usually talks to them for a little while and names a champion and a reserve. But I'm not seeing any movement over there, and that's just the only thing that we're waiting on. So I'm going to read the full list of the bucket calf show kids while you look at this picture of them on your screen. And then if we don't see the judge by that time, we'll end the stream. Tannen Bader, Eva Bartok, Ruby Bartok, Livia Foken, Ember Guthard-Burr, Bexley Hoff, Madison Longfellow, Ava Rosentrader, Baron Rosentrader, Lenny Rosentrader, and Riata Thomas. Great job to all of the bucket calf show kids. A lot of work goes into those bucket calves preparing here for the Custer County Fair 2026. We've got one more broadcast coming your direction Thursday nights, the livestock auction from right here. It'll be right here on Sandhills Express YouTube and Facebook. We will also broadcast that on KCNI Pure Country. One last thank you to our Purple Ribbon sponsors before we close out the broadcast: Trotter Service and Fertilizer, the Custer County Ag Society, Justin Thompson Agency, and American Family Insurance, Nebraska State Bank, Healing Hearts and Families, Sargent Irrigation, Central Nebraska Diesel, Custer Public Power District, Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers, Pioneer Seed, Full Circle Irrigation, Lines Appliance, Big Jim's Bar of Oconto, Farm Bureau Financial Service, and Agribest Feeds of Callaway. Thank you so much, folks, for tuning in today, yesterday, and Monday. It's been my pleasure to be up here in the video booth with you throughout the Custer County Fair. Again, tomorrow night, the livestock auction is happening, and we hope you join us right here on Sandhills Express. Have a great rest of your Wednesday.